Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another perplexing mystery. The case of Elizabeth Arellano. Elizabeth Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another perplexing mystery. The case of Elizabeth Arellano. Elizabeth Paula Arellano was born on August 16, 1980. Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another perplexing mystery. The case of Elizabeth Arellano. Elizabeth Paula Arellano was born on August 16, 1987, in Fort Worth, Texas, USA. She grew up with two close sisters, Alessandra and Giovanna. Her biological father left and Elizabeth was very young and never contacted or cared for her. Later, her mother, Juanita, remarried Fidel. He adopted Elizabeth and her sisters, treating them as his own children. Elizabeth has a very good relationship with her stepfather, who always supports and helps her in everything. Elizabeth was a hardworking student and dreamed of becoming a doctor in the future. During high school, Elizabeth met and fell in love with Rudolph Arellano, a boy nearly 8 years younger than her. Although Elizabeth's parents felt a bit uneasy about this age difference, they did not interfere in their daughter's relationship because they saw Rudolph as a serious and trustworthy man. Shortly after graduating from high school at the age of 16, Elizabeth married Rudolph. They had 4 children together, 3 boys and 1 girl. However, Elizabeth did not want to be just a housewife. Remembering her childhood dream, she decided to pursue a career in medicine. After graduating from medical school, Elizabeth worked as a paramedic and planned to continue her studies to become a doctor. She was kind, raised in a Christian family. She regularly took her children to church and taught them to love and care for those around them. Her family and friends commented that she was sensitive and always ready to help others. On the surface, her marriage to Rudolph seemed happy and stable. However, after 13 years of marriage, their relationship began to have serious problems. Previously, Rudolph had been jealous and tried to control his wife in everything. Over time, his behavior became increasingly unacceptable. In the spring of 2016, Elizabeth decided to leave home with her children and move in with her parents after witnessing her husband's jealousy once again. Although Rudolph tried to reconcile, Elizabeth was tired of his hot temper. She also did not want her children to witness the constant quarrels between their parents. Therefore, she boldly filed for divorce. Just a few days after Elizabeth left with her children and filed for divorce, she suddenly disappeared under mysterious circumstances. According to friends and family, Elizabeth had previously appeared very cheerful. To relieve stress from family problems and the divorce process, she decided to go out with her colleagues to a local club after work. On Friday night, April 15, 2016, Elizabeth, then 28 years old, went out with friends at a club. There, she danced and had fun but did not drink alcohol because she had driven there and planned to drive herself home. After midnight, around the early morning of April 16th, Elizabeth drove home. After parking her car, she called a friend who had gone out with her to let her know that she had arrived safely. However, after hanging up the phone, Elizabeth mysteriously disappeared without entering the house. The next morning, Juanita, Elizabeth's mother, was very worried when she discovered that her daughter was not home. Although she knew that Elizabeth had planned to spend the evening with her friends, her daughter should have returned home a long time ago. Elizabeth was not in the habit of going out without notice, and her car was still parked outside the house, indicating that she had returned from the club. When Juanita approached the car, she found that it was unlocked. The keys were still in the ignition, and Elizabeth's wallet and cell phone were on the seat. Leaving personal belongings in the car open like that was completely out of her daughter's habit, which made Juanita think that something bad had happened. Without hesitation, she immediately called the police to report her daughter as missing. The police believed that they could quickly solve Elizabeth's missing person case. They still hoped that she was alive because they did not find any blood or signs of a struggle in the car. However, the investigation was more complicated than expected. The first step was to reconstruct Elizabeth's itinerary on the night of her disappearance in detail to identify and interview witnesses. Police interviewed Elizabeth's friends and co-workers who had seen her that night. They confirmed the time Elizabeth left and said she had called back to say she had arrived home safely. Elizabeth's phone contained multiple calls and text messages from her ex-husband, Rudolph, that night, but she did not answer. When police questioned Rudolph, he said Elizabeth had promised to bring the children to his house that weekend. However, she had not contacted him since then, and he thought she had changed her mind. There were still some unclear points about Rudolph's alibi. Rudolph said he had been at a local bar that night with a friend, then went home to sleep around midnight. Several people at the bar confirmed seeing he there, but no one knew for sure where he went after he left. Rudolph claimed to have returned home. But since he lived alone, no one could corroborate this. So the police have not ruled him out as a suspect. Notably, Rudolph did not appear to be upset or worried. Although he and Elizabeth were in the process of divorcing after many years of marriage and having children, it was strange that her disappearance did not seem to affect him. A strange incident occurred the night Elizabeth went missing. A fisherman called the police to report what he had witnessed. He said that around 4:30 a.m., while fishing on a highway bridge, he saw a car stop. The driver pulled out a large object that looked like a person and threw it into the water. The object appeared to have a heavy object tied to it. Due to the distance in the darkness, the fisherman could not clearly see the details or the license plate. The strong wind on the bridge also prevented him from hearing anything. Later, another witness was found. This person was walking his dog under the bridge. He did not see the incident on the bridge, but heard a terrible scream. Then he saw a large object fall from the bridge, heard a splash, and then everything went silent. Based on the testimony of the witnesses, the police decided to check the bottom of the pond near the bridge. After several hours of searching, divers discovered a body tied to a large concrete block with a rope around the neck. The body was identified as Elizabeth Arellano, who had gone missing earlier. The discovery of this body was only possible thanks to the testimony of the passerby and the fisherman. Without their information, the body might not have been found or would have been discovered only after a very long time, because the weight of the concrete block prevented the body from floating to the surface. Initially, a hypothesis was put forward that Elizabeth had voluntarily ended her life due to family problems. However, details of how the body was discovered suggest it may have been a murder. However, this theory is not credible because it contradicts two important sources of information. First, an eyewitness reported seeing someone throw Elizabeth into the water. Second, her relatives confirmed that Elizabeth had many future plans and would never do anything to harm her children and parents. Elizabeth was still alive and a piece of concrete was tied around her neck and she was thrown off the bridge. This is supported by the results of the forensic examination, which showed that she had suffocated, and by the testimony of a man who heard her screams of despair as she was thrown off the bridge. However, many questions remain unanswered about this murder. Who were the perpetrators, and what was their motive for being so cruel to a mother of many children? Robbery can be ruled out because none of Elizabeth's property was taken. Some theories suggest that the killer may have spotted Elizabeth at the club and secretly followed her home, or that someone was waiting at her home for her return. Her ex-husband, Rudolph, still insisted that he was asleep at his house on the night of the murder and had nothing to do with the crime, however. Investigators were reluctant to rule Rudolph out as a suspect because he had no alibi and his behavior raised more and more questions. At the Elizabeth's funeral, he pretended to be sad. He cried by his ex-wife's coffin and said that he wished he had died instead of her or with her. His sister Elizabeth believed that his words were sincere. Rudolph also actively helped set up a charity fund to organize a farewell ceremony for his wife. However, after the funeral, when he was summoned to take a statement again, his attitude and behavior completely changed, as if nothing serious had happened in his life. After a thorough examination of CCTV footage along Elizabeth's final route, a car identical to Rudolph's was seen leaving her parents' home at around 3 a.m. A neighbor also confirmed seeing the car parked near the victim's home. Notably, the car was later spotted moving towards the bridge where she was thrown. This raised many questions. When the investigation found Rudolph's cell phone data from the night of the incident, more questions were raised. That night, he made several phone calls from different locations, near Elizabeth's workplace, then near her parents' home. He also sent several text messages to Elizabeth, trying to determine when she would be home, but received no response. Apparently, he was following Elizabeth and decided to wait for her at her parents' home. Eventually, with enough evidence gathered, the police arrested Rudolph as the prime suspect and took him to the station for further questioning. A key witness in the case was Elizabeth and Rudolph's eldest son. When shown the rope that had been removed from around his mother's neck, he recognized that he had seen and played with it in his father's backyard. He also remembered that there was a piece of concrete in the yard before the fence was replaced. Similar pieces of concrete were found in the trunk of Rudolph's car. The investigation revealed that Rudolph had waited for Elizabeth at her parents' house and kidnapped her before she entered the house. He forced her into the car, which had rope and concrete in the trunk. He then drove to the bridge to commit the murder. Rudolph Ariano was arrested 10 days after his ex-wife's body was found in the lake. Despite overwhelming evidence and witness testimony against him, Rudolph denied any involvement and insisted that he was home the night of the crime. For this brutal crime, Rudolph faced the death penalty. Then, on the advice of his lawyer, he decided to confess and cooperate with the investigation to reduce his sentence. It was not until January 2019 that Rudolph officially pleaded guilty in court and detailed the kidnapping and murder of his ex-wife and was the mother of their 4 children. Juanita, who was present in court to hear the testimony, fainted. Alessandra and Giovanna, the victim's sisters, called their sister's killer a monster. Rudolph admitted to the murder but showed no remorse or guilt. He spoke coldly about his actions, without apologizing or explaining his reasons. The court sentenced Rudolph to life in prison without parole. Elizabeth's family said the sentence was too light, but they decided to forgive Rudolph so as not to live in hatred. Currently, Elizabeth's parents and sister are taking care of and raising her children. Hello friends, welcome to our channel. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Stephen Freeman. Stephen Freeman was born on January 1, 1995, in Thomason, Georgia, to parents Troy and Jennifer Freeman. Alongside his brother Blake, Stephen enjoyed a happy, healthy childhood free of problems with his parents or society. As a friendly, responsive person, he built strong relationships with many friends who often described him as exceptionally calm. Growing up in Griffin, Stephen attended Spalding High School and later Gordon State College. Mary Catherine Higdon, his future partner, is known for her cheerful, humorous, and friendly personality. Mary expressed her creativity through performing mini plays for family and neighbors. In their senior years, Mary and Stephen fell deeply in love and remained inseparable. Shared interests brought the couple closer together as they often spent time in nature, enjoying activities such as hiking, fishing, and hunting. After public their relationship on Facebook in 2012, Stephen frequently posted photos with Mary. Both families were pleased with the young couple's relationship. Mary's family adored Stephen, and his parents welcomed Mary as a second daughter. Upon finishing school, Stephen and Mary moved in together. Stephen secured a job at Drain, Gutters, and Roofing Inc. as a plumber, while Mary worked as a teacher's assistant at St. George's Episcopal School. She also worked part-time at a local gun store. In the summer of 2018, Stephen and his girlfriend Mary had been living together for 7 years. On August 1, 2018, at 10:42 p.m., Mary called emergency services in a panicked state. She claimed she had unknowingly shot her boyfriend with a Glock 43 firearm, thinking it was unloaded. When paramedics and police arrived at their home on Sunnybrook Drive, Mary was in shock, kneeling beside Stephen's motionless body, crying and begging for help. She was eventually pulled away by law enforcement officers, who examined Stephen and provided first aid. Despite his severe chest wound, Stephen was still breathing when paramedics arrived. Stephen, 23, was quickly taken to Spalding Regional Hospital, but his condition worsened, and his heart stopped just before midnight. Mary, still reeling from the incident, was required to give a statement at the police station. During questioning, she reiterated her claim that the shooting was an accident. Mary explained that her home had always had firearms, and her boyfriend Stephen would leave a pistol on the nightstand at night for protection. This was because they lived outside the city. On the evening in question, Mary claimed she had simply intended to hand Stephen the pistol, and it accidentally went off. She had no knowledge the gun was loaded at the time. Mary emphasized that Stephen was the love of her life and she would never intentionally harm him. When investigators examined the scene, they found evidence suggesting the act might have been planned in advance. In the kitchen, signs of a struggle were visible, with food and dishes scattered around. Detectives Adam Trammell and Chris Wilson found it hard to believe Mary's story and decided to further investigate the evidence. Mary was brought in for another interrogation. This time, the investigators applied pressure. They raised their voices, doubted her account, and demanded honesty. The tactic worked, and she confessed to shooting her boyfriend in a fit of anger. She revealed that they had a severe argument that night, and she wanted to leave him. Investigators recorded the conversation, capturing her admission of guilt and essentially resolving the case with a candid confession. A technical issue occurred, resulting in the loss of most of the recording, with only fragments of interference and indistinct noises remaining. The reason for this technical failure was unknown, and it was surprising that no one had made a backup copy of such crucial evidence. Further investigation led to the discovery that the pistol was not capable of accidental discharge, as it required a deliberate trigger pull. This meant that the gun had to be intentionally pointed at Stephen for the bullet to hit him. Detectives also expressed skepticism about Mary's behavior and questioned whether her distress was genuine or false. They continued to collect evidence, slowly piecing together the case. However, Mary's own words raised another important question about the accident. Investigations revealed that she had previously worked at a gun store, where employees received extensive training on handling firearms before starting work. This strongly suggested that Mary should have known how to safely handle a pistol and that an accident was highly unlikely. The investigation into the accident revealed inconsistencies with the initial testimony. Mary gave multiple conflicting statements during the investigation. Initially, she said Stephen's death was an accident, claiming she was handing him the pistol directly. Then, she accidentally opened fire. However, during further questioning, Mary let slip that she had actually tossed the pistol to Stephen at his request. resulting in the accidental discharge. These contradictory statements raised suspicions, as Mary's story kept changing. As a result, she was detained at the Spalding County Jail and charged with felony malice murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm. Lieutenant Wilson strongly disputed Mary's claim that the incident was an accident and sought to prove that she had deliberately planned the act. A recent discovery shed light on the case. A small amount of cooking grease was found on the pistol's slide. This indicated that the pistol had been handled recently, with the magazine possibly being emptied, reloaded, and placed back on a shelf. Mary defended herself by explaining that she was preparing dinner for Stephen on the evening in question, which would explain the grease found on the slide. Despite further investigation, speaking with Mary and Stephen's relatives and friends did not shed much light on the situation. It was revealed that the couple, who began dating as teenagers, had a complex and on-again, off-again relationship, marked by numerous breakups and reconciliations. The relationship between Mary and Stephen was tumultuous and often marked by heated arguments. Mary would escalate, screaming at Stephen, physically lashing out at him, and prompting him to leave the house for the night to stay with friends. In an attempt to cope with the emotions of the moment, Stephen would usually turn off his phone, while Mary would continue calling and texting him. Mary's behavior went beyond just verbal arguments. She frequently tried to control Stephen's actions, leading to him feeling frustrated and helpless. Furthermore, Stephen confided in his friends about instances where Mary would pull out a pistol during fights, threatening to harm either herself or Stephen. Despite the severity of these incidents, Stephen chose not to report them to the police out of concern that Mary would face jail time. Stephen's friend, Thomas Skinner, revealed some critical information during an interrogation. He stated that just 2 days before the tragic incident, Stephen and Mary had exchanged affectionate messages, wishing each other a good day. However, the situation took a drastic turn the following day, when Stephen told his mother he didn't want to come home because of the unbearable situation. He said he would rather stay with Thomas. On the night of August 1, 2018, when Stephen failed to come home, Mary sent him hundreds of messages, desperately pleading with him to return. That evening, Mary prepared dinner, expecting boyfriend Stephen to return home. She found out from Stephen's mother that he was at his friend Thomas's place. Mary drove to pick him up and encountered them on the road. She rolled down her window and told Stephen that she was waiting for him at home for dinner. Stephen agreed to come home, but the evening ended in a tragic incident. A year after Stephen's death, Mary went on trial in June 2019. Before the trial, the prosecution offered Mary a deal: life in prison with the chance of parole if she admitted to the crime. Despite this opportunity, Mary refused the offer and maintained her innocence. During the initial court hearings, Mary vigorously defended herself. She insisted that the incident was an accident and that she had no intention of harming Stephen, emphasizing her deep love for him. She also made a shocking accusation, claiming that Stephen had a history of abusing her. According to her, he physically assaulted her on 2 occasions and even forced himself on her. On the day of the tragic incident, Stephen allegedly attacked her, forcing her to defend herself. It became clear that the couple's relationship had been deteriorating for quite some time. Friends and relatives noted that Mary had been furious with Stephen for frequently ignoring her messages and calls. Mary's behavior had become more and more demanding in the days before the incident, and she had become very insistent on getting her way. On the night of the shooting, Stephen returned home, but he refused to eat the dinner Mary had prepared for him. This rejection seemingly pushed her over the edge, and she fired at him. Prosecutor Kate Leonard presented evidence in court that suggested Mary shot Stephen in anger when Stephen finally came home, but he refused to eat the dinner Mary had prepared for him. Key evidence included grease found on the pistol, as well as a sheet from the mattress where Stephen was found bleeding. Forensic analysis of blood stains on the bed sheets showed that Stephen did not attack or approach Mary at the time of the shooting. Instead, the evidence suggested he was calmly sitting on the bed, motionless. If he had been moving, the blood stains would have been more widespread, but they were confined to one area of the sheet. Mary faced the possibility of life imprisonment once again. She made the risky decision to testify truthfully in court, her voice filled with emotion and tears in her eyes. In front of the judge, she described Stephen as a controlling and violent man. She presented evidence to back up her claim, saying she shot Stephen in self-defense after an argument on the night of the incident. Mary sadly shared many stories from her life with Stephen. He physically and emotionally abused her. She claimed that Stephen frequently hit her violently and made threats over minor infractions or disobedience. She was constantly manipulated and controlled. Stephen monitored everything she did, from her spending to her friendships and even what she ate. His extreme possessiveness left Mary extremely anxious and depressed. Her feelings of love and fear for Stephen made her hesitant to report his behavior to the authorities. However, reviewing text messages from Mary's old phone raised questions about who was the actual abuser and manipulator in the relationship. These messages, spanning 18 months, showed Stephen's aggression, but they also exposed Mary's infidelity. While some of the messages contained harsh language and threats from Stephen, they were often in response to his own pain and anger caused by Mary's infidelity. Mary said that Stephen had previously forced himself on her twice. She feared he would hurt her again on August 1, 2018, which led her to defend herself. To support Mary's statement, the defense presented expert testimony and called close relatives, including her sister Sarah Higdon. Mary's sister described seeing bruises on Mary's arm 2 weeks before the incident and regretted not photographing them or taking action at the time. During her testimony, Mary expressed her emotions as she recounted the incident of that night. She had decided to end her relationship with Stephen and told him to leave, but he became angry and attacked her. In response, Mary grabbed a pistol from her nightstand and it accidentally discharged. The prosecution and defense presented conflicting perspectives, the prosecution portraying Stephen as the victim and the defense claiming Mary acted in self-defense. Stephen's friends attempted to portray him positively, describing him as a loyal and hardworking person. They portrayed Mary as a possessive girlfriend who controlled Stephen and threatened to harm herself whenever he tried to leave the relationship. According to Thomas, one of Stephen's closest friends, Mary's behavior had become more and more damaging and unacceptable over time. He claimed she once even pointed a pistol at her head during an argument, implying that her actions were to maintain control over Stephen. Alicia Varela, Stephen's co-worker, testified that Mary would frequently call Stephen throughout the day, even when he was at work. However, during her court testimony, Mary omitted a crucial detail that prosecutor Kate Leonard pointed out. Mary describes their relationship as deteriorating and claimed the shooting was in self-defense, but she failed to mention the specific moment when she pulled the trigger. Prosecutor Kate Leonard questioned Mary's claims, noting that during cross-examination, Mary never mentioned Stephen's alleged abuse. To recreate the incident of the shooting, prosecutor Kate held the pistol and described the scene. According to Kate, Stephen came home and the couple argued over dinner. When Stephen refused to eat, Mary, in a rage, threw the prepared food around the kitchen. Stephen then went to the bedroom to avoid further conflict, likely waiting for Mary to calm down. However, instead of calming down, Mary called out to Stephen twice without receiving a response. She then entered the bedroom, where she shot Stephen in the left side of his neck. Kate Leonard concluded her arguments by asking the jury to consider the inconsistencies in Mary's story, which had changed significantly after repeated interrogations. The prosecution presented additional evidence to counter Mary's claims. A forensic examination revealed that Stephen was sitting on the bed at the time of the shooting, contradicting Mary's assertion that he was attacking her. Mary claimed the gun was normally kept unloaded in the house, but detectives suspected it may have been loaded in advance on the evening of August 1, 2018, when Mary was preparing a rope for Stephen. The evidence supporting this theory included grease marks found not only on the slide of the pistol but also inside it, raising questions about whether Mary had loaded the pistol prior to the incident. Everyone who knew Stephen testified that he was not an aggressive person. However, prosecutors noted that Mary repeatedly changed her story at least 10 times during the investigation, which she attributed to her fear. Mary had earlier rejected a plea deal that could have saved her from a death penalty sentence, and the long wait for the verdict was unbearable for her. The jury was persuaded by the arguments presented by jurors Victor and Chris. After hearing from all witnesses and Mary herself, the jury was tasked with making a decision. After careful deliberation, the jury reached a unanimous decision: Mary Catherine Higdon was not guilty on all charges. The jury's decision shocked and outraged many in the courtroom, especially Jennifer Freeman, Stephen's mother, who struggled to contain her anger at the jury as she watched the woman who took her son's life walk free. They found it difficult to comprehend how the jurors could reach such a verdict. Following her acquittal, Mary returned home to Griffin to be with her family. Since then, she has chosen to maintain a low profile, avoiding the public eye and media attention. Her social media presence is minimal, with her Instagram profile set to private. Little is known about Mary's current life, and it is assumed that she has moved on from her difficult past to live a quiet and private life. Stephen's mother paid a heartfelt tribute to her son on social media. In his outgoing spirit, he made friends with everyone he met, but those who shared his passion for hunting and fishing held a special place in his heart. His kind nature, warm smile, and charm left a lasting impression on those around him. Stephen's way of expressing love was unique and special. He made you feel like you were the only person in the world, bringing laughter and joy to those who spent time with him. His warm smile and welcoming hugs made everyone feel loved and appreciated. Hey detectives! Welcome back. We've got another mysterious case to explore. The case of Vera Pectoleva. Vera Pectoleva was born on September 24, 1997 in Kyslov, located in Kovo Oblast. Growing up, Vera became a cheerful and creative person with a passion for singing. Her talent helped her win first place in many singing competitions while she was still in school. Although her parents, Oksana and Yevhen, divorced while she was still in school, Vera maintained a close relationship with both of them. She also got along well with her stepmother and stepfather. People who knew her described Vera as a kind, positive, and gentle person. Vera surprised her family when she decided to pursue a technical education instead of a creative path after graduating from high school. She attended the State Technical University in Kovo. Although Vera lives in Kovo, she maintains a close relationship with her mother, Oksana, who lives in Kyslov, about 110 miles away. During a visit to her mother in 2016, Vera met a man her age named Vladislav Kanis, commonly known as Vladislav. Unlike Vera, Vladislav did not set goals in life, was withdrawn, and had a volatile temper. Vladislav dropped out of school after the 9th grade and grew up in a dysfunctional family. His mother left home, so he lived with his father. However, the difficulties in his life did not stop there. His father had problems with the law, and it all culminated in his suicide, all before Vladislav's eyes. This left a lasting impact on him. Despite their very different backgrounds, Vera developed strong feelings for Vladislav, loving him deeply. Vera's parents knew Vladislav and were against their relationship. Although they felt sorry for Vladislav for his difficult life, they envisioned a different life for Vera. "We did not approve of her choice, expecting her to eventually end the relationship," said her mother, Oksana. Vera's father asked her to break up with Vladislav when he found out about their relationship, but Vera refused. Instead, she simply stopped talking about him to her parents. Vera's mother, Oksana, remembers that Vladislav was never present at family gatherings and never appeared in Vera's social media photos, as if Vera was deliberately trying to hide him. It is worth noting that in 2019, Vera and Vladislav began living together in Kovel. Vera's parents supported them financially by helping to pay the rent for the apartment. At that time, Vladislav was unemployed and relied on Vera for financial support. She was not only beautiful and intelligent but also financially stable. The relationship between Vladislav and Vera became strained due to Vladislav's excessive drinking, and he showed no signs of stopping. Vera's parents suspected that he was abusing their daughter. In November 2019, Vera decided to end the relationship. However, Vladislav refused to accept this and did not want it to end. Vladislav was supposed to be the one to move out, but he had no intention of doing so. He wanted to enjoy the benefits of living off someone else. 3 minutes later, Vera sent a new voice message to her friend, asking her to come help Vera move. However, before Vera could finish her sentence, Vladislav interrupted, firmly stating, "No, no one is coming in here," implying that he did not approve of her friend coming to their apartment to help her move. At around 5:15 p.m., Vera quietly asked her friend to come over, presumably because she needed help. Vera spoke softly, presumably so that Vladislav would not hear. 10 minutes later, at 5:25 p.m., Vera sent another voice message. This time, Vladislav responded loudly, telling Vera's friend not to come over and to wait for Vera to text her. Nearly 2 hours later, at 7:19 p.m., Vladislav took control of Vera's phone, sending a voice message himself. From that point on, Vera no longer had access to her phone and was left alone with Vladislav. At 3 a.m., a commotion broke out when the neighbors on the same floor were awakened by terrifying screams coming from apartment 738. A witness described the scene as a massacre, vividly recounting the horrors unfolding before their eyes. The screams were deafening, attracting a crowd of 15 people to the hallway near the apartment. Vladislav's brother was among them. He had heard Vladislav say that he was going to kill Vera. The brother realized that immediate intervention was needed. However, the iron door of the apartment was a formidable barrier. The neighbors began looking for tools that would allow them to break down the door and stop the unfolding tragedy. All this time, Vera's screams of pain continued to be heard from the apartment. A serious incident occurred when the police failed to respond promptly to emergency calls. At around 3 a.m., people called the emergency services after witnessing a traumatic situation involving Vera and her ex-boyfriend, Vladislav. Despite receiving numerous calls, the police did not arrive at the scene until 6:30 a.m., 3.5 hours later. Vera's neighbors, desperate for help, called the emergency services 7 times. As Vera fought for her life, but no one came. The last words that the neighbors heard from Vladislav were, "Vera, forgive me, I love you very much." As the situation escalated, the neighbors found a crowbar in a nearby parking lot and broke down Vera's door. Unfortunately, they were met with a tragic scene. Vera was lying motionless, while Vladislav was found drunk in the bathroom. And the neighbors tried in vain to get help from the police. Operator 112 were socializing, laughing and drinking tea while discussing their lives, and were very unhappy that they were disturbed. Police arrived at the scene only after being informed that Vera had died. They initially blamed their delayed response on a lack of fuel in one of their vehicles and not enough officers on duty due to other emergencies. The operator, 112, and the police officer on duty that night were both brought to trial. Police station footage was released during the investigation, revealing their indifferent attitude. Vladislav's testimony confirmed that there was no conflict between him and Vera until 5 a.m. Vladislav recalled an argument with Vera on December 15, 2019, which occurred because he wanted to go to a nightclub, but she refused. This incident was not the beginning of their problems, as Vera had mentioned ending their relationship a month earlier. She also began to spend more time with Kaislav and less time with him. Vladislav also found out from a mutual friend that Vera was in a relationship with another man named Alexander, from Kaislav. Although he did not know Alexander, Vladislav still wanted to discuss this with Vera. Despite the tension between them, they still lived in the same apartment and kept in touch by phone. After an argument on December 15, 2019, Vera left the apartment, taking some of her belongings with her. On January 12, 2020, he contacted Vera to offer to help her move the rest of her belongings to a new apartment. She accepted his offer and they planned to meet the next day to complete the move. Vera scheduled a meeting with him on the afternoon of January 13, 2020 so they could pick up her belongings and transport them to her new apartment. However, his plan was not just to help Vera move, he also intended to move out, as he did not want to continue living in the apartment without her. When Vera arrived on January 13, 2020, between 4 o'clock and 6 p.m., we decided to pack both of our belongings, making it a joint move. On January 14, 2020, they consumed a large amount of alcohol, including beer, spirits, and vodka, while packing. By about 5 a.m., I was drunk, and so was Vera. Initially, there were no problems between them. However, things changed when he brought up their past relationship and told her that he knew she was seeing someone else. Vera felt offended by this and the conversation escalated into a heated argument. She became aggressive, used foul language, and physically assaulted him. Specifically, she kicked him several times in the groin and hit him several times in the face with the palm of her hand. The slaps did not cause him significant pain, but the kicks to the groin did. Vera started a fight, which angered him. He was angry not only at her attacks, but also at her dishonesty about dating other people and accusations that he had crossed the line when discussing her personal life. During this time, Vladislav claimed that Vera continued to insult him, which was the story he told the police. However, the medical examination showed that he was lying. Vera's fatal injuries did not occur at the time of her death, but 6 hours earlier, around midnight. This timeline indicated that Vladislav had repeatedly beaten and injured Vera in the 6 hours before she died from her injuries. The examination found approximately 100 injuries on her body, including stab wounds, a broken nose, broken ribs, and signs of strangulation on her neck. After this tragic incident, Vera's funeral attracted more than 1,000 mourners, but the church was too small to accommodate everyone. Vera's grieving mother, Oksana, revealed that the funeral home spent 4 hours trying to recreate her daughter's severely damaged face using cosmetics. Despite these efforts, Oksana could barely recognize her own child, such was the severity of her injuries. Meanwhile, Vladislav was telling the police his story of what had happened. Of course, he tried to downplay his role in the crime. In addition, the presence of Vladislav's brother at the crime scene raised many questions, since he lived in another city. Vladislav gave an explanation for his brother's involvement. According to Vladislav, after the incident, he contacted his brother and informed him that Vera was no longer breathing. His brother advised him to call an ambulance and attempt artificial respiration and first aid on Vera. However, phone records show that Vladislav called his brother around midnight and said that he intended to kill Vera. During the interrogation, he was questioned about the injuries on Vera's body. In response, he said that it was likely that he had inflicted them, although he did not remember how many times he had hit her. The injuries recorded by the expert could have been inflicted by him. He admitted to having inflicted all the injuries listed in the report. During the altercation, his main goal was to achieve silence, and he did not consider Vera's pain. Vera screamed and insulted him throughout the fight. He made it clear that he did not feel pleasure in hitting her. Instead, he wanted her to stop screaming. And the investigation found that the police and emergency services personnel were negligent. Despite this, they were not suspended during the investigation and continued to defend their actions. The prosecutor pushed for actual prison sentences for the 5 defendants, but the judge decided to reduce the sentences from 1.5 years to 2 years of suspended imprisonment. Along with the sentence, the court ordered each police officer to pay about $350 to the victim. The police department was also ordered to pay about $111,000. Russia has its own currency, the ruble, but I have converted all the amounts to US dollars so that everyone can understand these numbers. The indictment states that the police had gasoline, and even if they did not, they should have taken appropriate measures to resolve the situation. Furthermore, the police refused to cooperate with the investigation and did not take responsibility for their actions. According to their account, when witnesses reported hearing a woman's desperate cries for help, the police team was in another location investigating the discovery of a man's body. We will probably never know what really happened that night. Vera had planned to move out of the apartment and even asked a friend to help. With this, it can be assumed that Vladislav forced Vera to drink alcohol or poured alcohol into her mouth while she was unconscious. This gave him time to fabricate a story that portrayed the events as unintentional. In 2022, the court sentenced Vladislav Canis to 17 years in prison. Although Vladislav admitted partial guilt and was ordered to pay about $45,000 in compensation, Vera's parents were shocked by the outcome. They felt that 17 years was too light a sentence and planned to appeal. However, their efforts were soon in vain. Vladislav did not even serve a year in prison. In April 2023, it became known that he had received a presidential pardon after 6 months of participating in the armed conflict. You all know what kind of conflict Russia is currently involved in. He was also exempted from paying any compensation to Vera's parents. In November 2023, photos of Vladislav in military uniform appeared on social media. Vera's case has caused widespread outrage in Russia. The news of Vladislav's pardon was no less resounding. Here is what the Russian presidential press secretary had to say on the matter. The pardon process consists of several steps. First, the convicted person must publicly admit his guilt. This initial decision is made by the Federal Penitentiary Service, followed by reviews at the regional and federal levels, and then by the Central Committee. Only after passing these stages does the president take up the case for consideration. In addition, convicted people, including those who committed serious crimes, can be redeemed through their bravery on the battlefield, risking their lives under fire. This can be seen as a way for them to atone for their past mistakes. Imagine the painful emotions Vera's parents must have gone through when they learned that the person responsible for taking their daughter's life had been given a second chance. In stark contrast, Vera will never have the chance to start over, as her life was tragically cut short, leaving her with no chance of redemption. Hello, crime enthusiasts, are you ready for another chilling investigation? The case of Brandon Duran. Brandon Duran was born in 1980 in San Diego, California. Brandon's father was a motorcycle enthusiast and a former member of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club, which the FBI considers to be the second largest criminal organization in the world after the Hells Angels. Brandon's parents divorced when he was around 10 years old, but they remained on good terms and shared the responsibility of raising their son. Growing up, Brandon developed a passion for motorcycles similar to his father's. At the age of 25, he had his own motorcycle, which he built himself and cherished greatly. Brandon's life took a difficult turn in April 2005 when his father passed away suddenly. In order to cope with his growing depression, Brandon felt the need for a change. He embarked on a new adventure by traveling to Las Vegas on his motorcycle. Living in Vegas for about a year, he met Amber Andrews, a 24-year-old woman who helped him forget all his problems. A whirlwind romance between them led to marriage 2 months after they met. At this time, Amber was pregnant, and in December 2006, she gave birth to Brandon's son, Brando. The birth of a child marked an important turning point in Brandon's life. He became a caring, responsible father and husband, prioritizing family over personal interests and pursuing a well-paid job. In contrast, Amber's life remained unchanged. She continued to prioritize her social life, regularly attending biker gatherings and parties, seemingly unaffected by the arrival of the child. As a result, the relationship between Brandon and Amber began to deteriorate rapidly, often leading to heated arguments. The breakdown of their relationship eventually culminated in a divorce 4 years after their wedding. Brandon was granted full custody of their son, largely due to his ability to provide a stable life for himself and his son, a prospect that Amber could not provide. After the divorce was finalized in 2010, Amber returned to her hometown of Meeker, Oklahoma, while Brandon returned to San Diego with their son. Brandon was happy to be reunited with his family, who had helped him raise his son. Gradually, the emotional wounds from the broken marriage began to heal, and Brandon was optimistic about the future again. However, in the summer of 2012, he saw Amber at his doorstep. His ex-wife wanted to reunite, asking him to give their relationship another chance. The emotions that Brandon had tried to suppress resurfaced. He believed in his ex-wife's sincerity and agreed to start over. Their son, Brando, was getting ready to start kindergarten, and Amber asked the three of them to go to Oklahoma to visit her parents, who wanted to meet their grandson. Brandon agreed, and they began preparing for the trip, planning to stay in Oklahoma for about a week. A few days before Brandon, Amber, and their son returned to San Diego, Van Emblom contacted the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation. Emblom reported that his friend had asked for help removing a body, saying it was that of Brandon Duran. The person who asked Emblom for help was Justin Hammer, 30, of Garvin County. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation contacted the local sheriff's office about a potential crime, which prompted the sheriff and his assistant to go to the farm owned by Justin. The police also contacted Brandon's relatives in San Diego, who reported that they had not heard from Brandon for several days. Police decided not to share details with Brandon's family until they verified the information provided by Emblom. During questioning, Justin unexpectedly confessed to killing Brandon Duran. However, Justin claimed he acted in self-defense, describing Brandon as a fearsome biker gang member who had threatened him. According to Justin, on August 7th, Brandon drove up to his house on his motorcycle, kicked the door open with his foot, went inside, and began threatening him. Justin claimed to have a close relationship with Amber, and this appears to be the motive for Brandon's visit. He told Justin that he needed to stay away from Amber, warning him that if he did not comply, Brandon's friends from a biker club would make him disappear forever. Brandon also threatened to harm Justin's relatives if he did not comply. In response to these threats, Justin allegedly grabbed a nearby handgun and fired. After Brandon died, Justin feared retaliation from the motorcycle club and decided not to contact the police. Instead, he chose to conceal evidence of the incident. Justin moved the body to the bathroom, where he used a saw to dismember it, then placed the remains in 5 paint buckets and covered them with cement. However, the weight of the buckets, made heavier by the cement, made them too heavy for Justin to load into his pickup truck by himself. He asked his friend Emblom for help, who assisted him but then immediately reported Justin to the police and left the scene. Justin then drove to his farm and dumped the buckets in a small pond. After disposing of the body, Justin cleaned the house thoroughly. Then burned all the cleaning supplies, gloves, and rags he had used. To dispose of Brandon's motorcycle, Justin gave it to a relative, who unwittingly disassembled it for spare parts, unaware of its origin. Police arrived at Meeker to inform Amber of the tragic news after 5 sunken buckets were recovered from the pond. She was shocked to learn that Brandon had died, although they had been separated, but the couple had planned to reunite and start living together again. Amber explained that she had argued with Brandon the day before, which was triggered by Brandon finding out about her relationship with Justin. After their confrontation, Brandon rode off on his motorcycle, vowing to take matters into his own hands and confront her lover. This account of events initially seemed plausible, but a new twist soon emerged in the case. Criminologists investigating Justin's home discovered new evidence that contradicted his account. Justin initially claimed that Brandon had kicked the door in, but later discovered that the door had actually been kicked in from the inside. Shoe prints on the door matched the soles of Justin's sneakers, indicating that Justin had kicked the door in. Further discoveries included a gun safe containing a list of items needed to dispose of a body, along with a pistol and shotgun. This finding suggested that the crime may have been premeditated rather than a spontaneous act. Additionally, a dog house removed from the pond was found to be filled with cement, containing debris that did not fit into the 5 buckets previously found. Justin was charged with first-degree murder based on the evidence collected. A forensic pathologist analyzed 25 pieces of Brandon's body and determined that he had been shot 4 times in the head. The autopsy revealed that Brandon had been shot 3 times with a pistol and once with a shotgun, with the shotgun being the last shot. According to the expert, the gunshot wound occurred after Brandon was already dead and lying on the floor. However, this contradicted Justin's testimony, which stated that he had only fired 1 shot with the shotgun. Police found Justin's testimony suspicious because he did not explain why he would use a shotgun after firing 3 shots with the pistol, especially after Brandon was already dead. This inconsistency raised many questions and suggested that someone else was involved in the crime. The news of Brandon's death shocked his mother, Cindy, when the police called her. After regaining her composure, Cindy explained that Brandon had never been affiliated with the Bandito Motorcycle Club. She attributed Brandon's interest in motorcycles to his father, who shared his passion with his son. However, Cindy's story revealed an interesting detail. Brandon's motorcycle broke down when he left for Oklahoma, so he loaded it into the back of his pickup truck to fix it when he arrived in Oklahoma. Cindy mentioned that her son did not like conflict situations and she believed that his ex-wife, Amber, was the root of all his problems. Amber's infidelity ruined their relationship from the start, and even after having a son, she continued her unfaithful lifestyle. Whenever Brandon expressed disagreement, Amber would become aggressive and start fights. This eventually led to a divorce, resulting in Brandon gaining full custody of their son, which greatly angered Amber. In response, Amber had abandoned her son for more than a year, not caring about Brandon's life. So when she suddenly reappeared and asked for a second chance, Brandon and his family were shocked and surprised. To better understand the case, the police turned their attention to Amber, knowing about her relationship with Justin. Amber initially claimed that Brandon had left on his motorcycle after an argument, but Brandon's family disputed that the motorcycle had broken down. The question is, if the motorcycle was not seriously broken, why would Brandon take the motorcycle to Oklahoma instead of fixing it at home? As for Amber, she never mentioned that Brandon was fixing the motorcycle. She also claimed that she went to see a doctor after Brandon left to deal with Justin. However, the police found no evidence that she had visited any medical facility in the city that day. All of this meant that Amber had no alibi. Police made a major discovery when they discovered that Amber had asked a friend to babysit her son on the day Brandon died. The friend arrived at the house around 3 p.m., at which point Amber and Brandon left together in Brandon's pickup truck, with his motorcycle in the back. Amber had deliberately left her phone at home and did not return home for 8 hours. However, when she returned, neither Brandon nor his motorcycle were in the truck. After accessing Amber's phone, police found a text message that had been received just before she and Brandon left the house. The message, sent by Justin, read, "Ink is ready." Police believe this implied that everything was ready to deal with Brandon. Police interviewed Amber's close friends, who revealed that she never wanted to reunite with her ex-husband and constantly spoke ill of him. Amber resented Brandon for gaining custody of their son and saw him as a strict, rigid person. However, a forensic handwriting analysis confirmed that Amber had written a note, found in Justin's safe, detailing the materials needed to dispose of a body. When police accessed the local store's surveillance cameras, they learned that the crime had been planned and prepared in advance. The footage, taken the day before Brandon's death, showed Justin purchasing buckets and other items from a list written by Amber. While awaiting trial, Justin maintained that he acted alone and in self-defense. He was trying to protect Amber, who was still at large. Justin explained that the items Amber listed were for home repairs, not for disposing of a body. He also clarified that he used 2 different types of guns. Justin claimed to have a shotgun in one hand and a pistol in the other, a claim that police found highly suspicious. A trial that was expected to last several weeks ended quickly as the jury deliberated for about an hour and a half before returning its verdict. The jury recommended a sentence of life in prison without parole. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Austin expressed satisfaction with the outcome, stating that the verdict was appropriate and brought justice to the family of the victim, Brandon Duran. Cindy Ware, Brandon Duran's mother, was pleased with the jury's decision after nearly 2 years of waiting. In October 2014, Justin Hammer was sentenced to life in prison without parole. 2 months later, Amber was arrested and charged with first-degree murder of her husband Brandon, desecration of human remains, and conspiracy to commit a crime. Amber has pleaded not guilty and hopes to be released on bail. Amber sat in a courtroom, handcuffed and wearing a prison jumpsuit, as she expressed her desire to be home with her son. In an effort to stay with her son until trial, Amber asked the court for bail. However, District Judge Jeff Virgin, who traveled from Norman to preside over the jury trial, agreed to the prosecution's request to deny Amber bail. The trial began in the spring of 2017, more than 2 years after the crime. Amber Andrews pleaded not guilty, her attorney arguing that she was not present at the scene of the crime. However, prosecutors Christy Miller and Jennifer Austin argued that Amber had the sole motive to kill Brandon Duran. Prosecutor Christy said Amber masterminded the crime by luring Brandon to her lover's house, where he was shot 3 times with a pistol by Justin. Amber then allegedly fired the final shot from a shotgun. Christie stressed to the jury that all of the witness testimony and evidence presented at trial implicated Amber directly in the crime. Christie said the only person who wanted him gone was her. The only person with a motive was Amber Andrews. The only person with a reason for him to go away was her. Amber needed Brandon not only dead but gone without a trace. She had a clear motive, and her boyfriend, Justin, had a location where they could commit the crime. They believed they had come up with the perfect plan. According to Christie, the motive was for Amber to get rid of Brandon, allowing her to regain custody of their young son. Amber was away for 8 hours the day Brandon died, and there was no concrete evidence to support her alibi. Prosecutor Christie claimed that Amber helped Justin dispose of the body and clean up the house. She did not want to give her son to a man she hated, and since she could not win custody through the courts, she decided to get rid of Brandon. Defense attorney Jay Mendrose argued that the prosecutor's office had failed to provide any evidence linking Amber to the crime. He emphasized this point to the jury, saying that the lack of evidence had led the prosecution to unfairly attack her character. He asserted that Amber was not a cold-blooded killer and did not plan the murder. According to attorney Jay Mendrose, Justin committed the crime out of fear of losing Amber, which was further complicated by the fact that Brandon traveled to Oklahoma to reunite with Amber, while Justin, who had been dating Amber for a year, was threatened by the possibility of losing her to Brandon. The defense argued that Justin had a clear motive to kill Brandon because he was involved in a complicated love triangle. The attorney claimed that the prosecution had misinterpreted the testimony and actions of those involved. The defense asserted that a person cannot be convicted on the basis of speculation and suspicion. In this case, the only concrete evidence was Justin Hammer's confession, in which he accepted full responsibility and claimed he acted alone. The jury returned a guilty verdict after hearing more than 4 hours of closing arguments in the Garvin County Courthouse. They recommended a life sentence for Amber Andrews, 35. Sentencing was set for June 12, 2017. On the day of the trial, Amber Andrews appeared in a cheerful mood. Brandon's mother, Cindy Ware, tearfully took the stand to express her thoughts on how her son's death had affected her and her grandson. Brandon's mother, Cindy, addressed Amber directly, saying that her son's death had destroyed all her dreams. She emphasized that Brandon only wanted to be with his family, and that Amber's actions had taken that away from him. Cindy also mentioned that Brandon would never have the chance to teach her son how to snowboard, something he had looked forward to doing. She stared at Amber, shaking her head up and down, and said, "It was the work of the devil." The judge sentenced Amber Andrews to life in prison without the possibility of parole for her role in the first-degree murder of Brandon Duran. She also received additional prison terms, 7 years for disrespecting Brandon's remains and 10 years for conspiracy to commit a felony. Amber Andrews is currently serving her sentence at the Mabel Bassett Correctional Center in Oklahoma, while her co-defendant, Justin Hammer, is serving his sentence at the Oklahoma State Prison. Brandon's son, Brando, was placed in the care of the Oklahoma Department of Human Services in August 2012 and is living with a foster family. In January 2013, after Brandon's family fought the court system, Brando was allowed to return to San Diego to live with his grandmother. Finally, after 5 years of fighting, Brando's grandmother, Cindy, won full custody of her son. It wasn't until after the trial that Cindy and her family felt it was time to tell Brando the truth about the court's decision and what had happened to his mother, Amber Andrews. Welcome back, mystery lovers. Today's case is going to keep you on the edge of your seat. The case of Matthew Patrick, Matt Podolak. Matthew Patrick, Matt Podolak, born June 10, 1975, in Ohio, USA, to Patricia Romano and Leonard Podak. In high school, Matthew was a member of the hockey team. After graduating, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy and later worked at Phoenix Industrial Finishing, a company owned by his uncle. Although this provided opportunities for advancement, but Matthew encountered difficulty to connect with his co-workers, who may have felt jealous of his privileged position. His sister, Chrissy Duca, attributed the tension was partly due to rumors of a possible promotion, which his colleagues believed he did not deserve. Outside of work, Matthew was an outdoors enthusiast who enjoyed activities such as boating, camping, and hunting. He also played softball and hockey during his free time. In 2003, Matthew met Holly McFeature, and they began dating shortly after, eventually they moving in together in Cleveland. The relationship marked a new chapter in Matthew's life. Friends said that he was eager to settle down and start a family. Matthew and Holly had 2 children together, Samantha and Josh, and also raised Holly's child from a previous relationship as part of their family. Matthew's mother, Patricia, said he loved Holly very much, and his feelings for her were sincere. Matthew's life underwent a drastic change when he transformed from a bachelor to a father of 3 in a short period. Initially, his relationship with Holly was filled with love and mutual understanding. However, by 2005, their romance had turned sour, becoming increasingly argumentative and strained. On multiple occasions, Matthew would leave home after a fight with Holly and spend the night with a friend. Friends, who had grown concerned about the relationship, advised Matthew to end things with Holly, citing her selfish behavior as a major red flag. Despite their warnings, Matthew refused to listen and continually returned to Holly. Furthermore, Matthew had taken out a life insurance policy that named Holly as the beneficiary. Despite the advice of friends to remove her from the policy, Matthew did not make any changes. During this time, Matthew's behavior was erratic, which ranged from extreme happiness to intense anger, upset, and fear. According to Matthew's best friend, Russell, he had become depressed during this time. However, he seemed overly optimistic about his future, particularly when it came to raising his 3 children, a prospect that filled him with both hope for the future. Russell advised Matthew to take precautions and remove the guns from their home due to the volatile situation they were in. After the hockey season ended in 2006, he started online gambling, which resulted in him losing a lot of money. His family and friends noticed that he was struggling with depression and advised him to see a doctor. He followed their advice and was prescribed antidepressants. By the spring of 2006, Matthew's health started to deteriorate. His condition worsened by Memorial Day weekend, causing Russell to become extremely concerned about Matthew's physical well-being. Around that time, Russell had asked him for help transferring a motor from one boat to another. However, he was no longer the strong person he once was, experiencing severe back pain and complaining of excessive sweating in a lack of strength. Russell urged Matthew to see a doctor and recommended Dr. Thomas Mandat. He scheduled an appointment with Dr. Mandat for July 26, 2006. On the day of the appointment, he called Russell to ask for directions to the doctor's office. During their conversation, Russell could hear Holly arguing with Matthew in the background. Matthew visited the doctor, complaining of back pain. After examining him, Dr. Mandat diagnosed him with kidney stones and prescribed medication to help pass the stones and alleviate the associated pain. In a phone call to his father on the afternoon of July 30th, Matthew shared his excitement about buying a new fishing rod for his daughter. He was looking forward to taking her fishing, hoping they could go together soon, along with his father. Matthew's anticipation for their upcoming family outing were evident in the conversation with his father. On the evening of the same day, Matthew attended a party with Russell. He found Matthew's health condition alarming. Matthew had gained significant weight, was sweating excessively, and struggled to walk. Matthew also complained of severe back pain. Later that evening, Matthew's condition worsened, and Holly became concerned. She called 911 and then contacted Matthew's father, informing him that something was wrong with his son. Matthew's father had a brief phone conversation with him and found he to be confused and very distressed. Matthew was rushed to the emergency room at Parma General Hospital, where doctors suspected he was experiencing organ failure. Tests revealed that Matthew's kidneys had failed, and he was suffering from metabolic acidosis, a condition where the blood becomes highly acidic. Dr. Mandat, an emergency room doctor, suspected that Matthew had ingested a toxic substance, such as methanol or antifreeze. When questioned, Holly denied the possibility that Matthew had swallowed antifreeze or medical alcohol, asserting that he had not consumed anything that could have caused harm. On July 31, 2006, Matthew passed away at the hospital due to kidney failure. According to Dr. Mandad's testimony, Matthew's death was not caused by respiratory problems, as metabolic acidosis typically is. Instead, Dr. Mandad explained that ethylene glycol can also cause this condition. After Matthew's death, his family and friends were overcome with grief, but Holly seemed unaffected. In the days that followed, her friend Rebecca Vega tried to offer support and accompanied her to the funeral home. However, Vega noticed that Holly did not feel sad at all. At the wake, Matthew's father had to ask Holly to join the family in the main room to receive visitors, and even then, she appeared to be unfeeling and indifferent. Russell recalled that Holly acted like it was a normal gathering, showing no signs of grief. The day after Matthew's death was particularly telling. Holly used Matthew's bank card to withdraw money from an ATM and wrote checks in his name, draining his bank account. When Matthew's mother reported Holly's suspicious behavior to the police, Holly was arrested and charged with 2 counts of forgery. She later agreed to restitution and was placed on probation for 1 year. Holly was the beneficiary of Matthew's life insurance policy, although the policy was relatively small, and she received only $10,000 after his death. 2 weeks later, her friend Rebecca visited Holly and noticed various cleaning supplies, including what appeared to be solvents, left out in the open. Since there were small children living in the house, Rebecca found this absurd and asked Holly about it. She calmly explained that one of the items was antifreeze, which Matthew used to winterize his boat. However, Russell disagreed with this and stated that Matthew's boat had not been operational since its engine broke down in 2004 or 2005. Holly's demeanor after Matthew's death raised concerns with others. For example, she had an intimate relationship with Michael Jaima, a Cleveland police officer, who would often visit her home for coffee. Michael had known Holly since 2002. One day, Michael called Holly to ask if he should come to her house at this time. She replied that there was no need to worry about it anymore, because Matthew died last week, without showing any emotion. She attributed Matthew's death to kidney issues and pain from playing hockey, but her tone came across as careless and heartless. Following Matthew's death, his belongings were removed from the house. Holly asked a friend to erase some content from Matthew's computer and then cut up his clothes to make a quilt. 6 weeks after Matthew's passing, Holly began dating Charles Lipham, a Cleveland police officer. Initially, she told Charles that Matthew had died from kidney failure. However, after the autopsy report was released in January 2007, she changed her story. The autopsy revealed that Matthew had an unusually large amount of ethylene glycol in his system, the key ingredient in antifreeze. Later, Holly told Charles that Matthew might have intentionally taken something to end his life. The autopsy report confirmed that Matthew died from chronic ethylene glycol intoxication, but the coroner was unable to determine how or why he ingested the substance. It's worth noting that Holly told Charles that she didn't know what antifreeze was. Holly also provided conflicting explanations for Matthew's death, telling friend Sean Walsh that Matthew had died in an industrial accident. She also said that one of his co-workers might have poisoned him out of envy due to his connection to the boss. However, Matthew's family suspects that the truth behind his death may have been caused by someone close to him. This skepticism is partly due to Holly's indifferent attitude at the funeral, which contrasted with claims from Holly's sister that she had been crying in the car beforehand. During the investigation, detectives discovered 2 bottles of antifreeze in the garage of the house Holly had relocated from, which they took into evidence in 2007. The findings were recorded in a police report. Later in 2007, after parting ways with Charles, Holly met Jameson Kennedy while working at a bar. As they started dating, Holly chose not to share any details about Matthew's death with Jameson. However, Jameson has a troubled past, with multiple convictions and struggles with addiction. One evening in September 2008, Holly and Jameson were together, consuming alcohol, and Take Action Intimate. According to Jameson, Holly became emotional, she began crying, and confided in him about Matthew's death. She expressed her desire to leave Cleveland and put the past behind her. Holly confessed to putting something in Matthew's drinks that made him ill and ultimately led to his death. However, Jameson was unsure if she was telling the truth. Seeking advice, Jameson met with his friend Santiago Feliciano, a lawyer, and shared Holly's confession with him. Santiago recommended that Jameson report this information to the authorities if he believed it to be true. Jameson then called Holly to discuss her earlier confession, unaware that their conversation was being recorded. He hoped she will turn herself in and admit that she is the one who caused Matthew's death. Instead, Holly vehemently denied ever harming Matthew, claiming Jameson was misinterpreting her. The conversation between Holly and Jameson caused a rift in their relationship. Jameson began to suspect that Holly was cheating on him. On November 8, 2008, Jameson went to her house to confront her. Feeling threatened, Holly called the police. When the officers arrived, Jameson attacked them and was subsequently arrested and charged with assault. Jameson was sentenced to 10 years in prison after being found guilty of assaulting officers. Following his arrest, he informed the police about a confession he'd have heard from Holly, reportedly linking her to the death of Matthew. This added to the evidence of Holly's involvement in Matthew's death. The police initially investigated the death in 2007 after the autopsy report was released, but the case stalled for many years because they initially did not consider it an intentional act. To re-examine the case, it is essential to look at the autopsy report. Dr. Galita, an experienced forensic pathologist and medical examiner, conducted the autopsy. Then, Dr. Galita and County Coroner Dr. Elizabeth Balch released their autopsy report in January 2007. The report determined Matthew's death was caused by chronic ethylene glycol poisoning, although the circumstances surrounding it were unclear. When Matthew ingested ethylene glycol, it entered his bloodstream and was quickly broken down by his liver using an enzyme called alcohol dehydrogenase. This process converted the ethylene glycol into oxalate, which then combined with calcium to form sharp calcium oxalate crystals. A large number of these crystals accumulated in Pax's kidneys, causing a blockage that disrupted their function. According to Dr. Galita, the severe pain Matthew experienced in his side starting on May 20, 2006, was likely caused by the crystals in his kidneys. When Dr. Galita examined Matthew's kidneys, he found two significant things. In addition to kidney damage, there are signs that the kidneys are beginning to heal. Further examination revealed the emergence of the crystals in Matthew's heart and brain, as well as severe acute myocarditis. Myocarditis is an acute inflammation of the heart muscle. The doctor stated that Matthew's myocarditis could not have been caused by an ingestion of ethylene glycol. Instead, the inflammation would have taken at least 3 weeks to develop. He also ruled out a heart attack as the cause of death. In conclusion, Dr. Galita determined that Matthew's death was the result of long-term ethylene glycol poisoning. He believed a series of but acute toxicity episodes, occurring over at least a 3-month period, ultimately led to his death. Matthew often drank iced tea at work, particularly raspberry flavor. He usually brought it in a thermos or the container. A Matthew's friend, Michael Mao, testified that Holly frequently brought Matthew lunch at work. His meal often came with a half or whole gallon container of iced tea. The police found 2 bottles of antifreeze in the garage of Holly's former home in August 2007. The bottles, one a Peak brand and the other a Saturn brand, were discovered after she had moved out. 3 years after Matthew's autopsy results were released, an report amendment was made to the report in 2010. The revised report, signed by County Coroner Dr. Frank Miller, confirmed that Matthew died from poisoning by ethylene glycol, a toxin found in antifreeze, in long term, and deemed the death a homicide. 6 years after Matthew's death, the authorities decided it was time to arrest Holly. She was formally charged in July of that year with the serious offense of depriving Matthew of his life. Holly's charges came as no surprise to Matthew's family. According to his older brother, Mark, they suspected Holly's involvement in his younger brother's death all along. Mark stated that Holly's behavior around the time of the death raised suspicions, saying she just wasn't acting like somebody who was losing a loved one. Authorities suspected that Holly had been secretly poisoning Matthew by adding antifreeze to his cold raspberry tea for several weeks or even months. In 2013, she went to court, pleading not guilty to the charges. However, there was no direct evidence, only indirect indications of her guilt. To prove their case, the prosecution called 15 witnesses to testify. These witnesses included Matthew's family and friends, Dr. Galita, who conducted the autopsy, Dr. Thomas Mandat, who was Matthew's doctor, and several police officers who investigated the case. Witnesses focused on several key points, including Holly's suspicious actions, a phone call Matthew made before visiting the doctor, and the fact that Matthew had not owned a functioning boat since 2004, which meant he had no use for antifreeze. Holly's defense team countered by stating that Matthew's family and friends had prejudged her as guilty and then pressured law enforcement to bring charges against her following Matthew's death. The prosecution's strongest testimony came from Dr. Galita, the medical examiner in charge of performing the autopsy. Dr. Galita provided a detailed explanation for his conclusion that Matthew was the victim of chronic poisoning over a period of 3 months. He arrived at this conclusion because on the emergence of crystals in Matthew's kidneys and myocarditis, a type of inflammation of the heart muscle that can be caused by exposure to ethylene glycol. After ruling out causes other of myocarditis, such as infection, Dr. Galita emphasized that Matthew's condition could not have been the result of a single, short-term exposure to ethylene glycol. Dr. Galita also clarified why the initial autopsy report, completed in 2007, did not indicate that Matthew's death was intentional. He explained that, at the time, the coroner's office did not have enough information to make this determination, which led to the manner of death being listed as undetermined. However, after further investigation, the report was revised. The testimony of other witnesses supported Dr. Galita's findings. Matthew's friends reported that his health began to decline in the spring of 2006, which was confirmed by his diagnosis of kidney stones in July 2006. The friends also described a volatile relationship between Matthew and Holly, stating that Matthew seemed fearful and had removed his firearms from the home at the advice of a friend. Holly's lawyers claimed that their client was not involved in Matthew's death, suggesting instead that Matthew's depression led him to end his life. According to the defense, Matthew was struggling with losses from online gambling, work-related issues, and difficulties communicating with his child, ultimately leading him to deliberately ingest a lethal dose of antifreeze. The defense argued that Matthew died from a single dose of antifreeze rather than from prolonged exposure over several weeks or months. In support of this theory, they brought Dr. Robert Lux to testify in court, the coroner from El Paso County, Colorado. Dr. Lux testified that Matthew's death was a result of acute poisoning due to a single ingestion of ethylene glycol, indicating a possible suicidal intent. He disputed Dr. Galita's diagnosis of myocarditis and instead believed Matthew had suffered a heart attack. Furthermore, Dr. Lux explained that myocarditis can occur independently of ethylene glycol poisoning and that flank pain is not typically a symptom of ethylene glycol poisoning. He said that there was no connection between kidney stones and ethylene glycol poisoning, a relevant detail in the case. Several key witnesses testified during the trial. One notable witness was Jameson Kennedy, a felon who had been serving a 10-year sentence for assaulting police officers. Jameson claimed that Holly had confessed to him that she had mixed something into Matthew's drinks. However, Holly denied ever making such a statement. Holly argued that Jameson's testimony was motivated by a desire for leniency in his own case or revenge against her. After 3 days of deliberation, the jury delivered a guilty verdict on all counts. On August 28, 2013, the court sentenced Holly McFeature to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another perplexing mystery. The case of Michelle Davis. Michelle Davis was born on December 15, 1966. She lived in Des Moines. In 2008, Michelle, 41-year-old, lived in Des Moines and had 3 children. Those who knew Michelle described her as friendly, adventurous, and passionate about motorcycles. As a secretary at a trucking company, she earned respect and authority at work. Her divorce was almost finalized, marking a big change in her life. Then, Michelle had moved into her own apartment and obtained a restraining order against her husband, Randy Davis. The months leading up to their divorce were strained for the family. On Thursday, September 11, 2008, Michelle was working at her job. Her colleagues noticed that after divorce to her husband, she seemed unusually carefree, as if a long-standing burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She was in high spirits and left the office around 4:30 p.m. after completing her tasks. Soon after, the 911 dispatch center receiving calls from eyewitnesses, reporting a car accident on Interstate 235. The Mercury Sable car was flipped over, with an unconscious woman, still wearing a seatbelt, in the driver's seat. Unfortunately, paramedics were unable to save her, and the woman was identified as Michelle Davis. Initially, the police believed that Michelle had lost control of the vehicle, resulting in the accident. However, by the next day, this theory was ruled out. Forensic examination revealed that Michelle's death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head, not by injuries sustained during the rollover accident. The extracted bullet was sent for further examination in the hopes of identifying the perpetrator. The investigators assigned to this case were faced with an unusual and challenging situation. As they awaited the results of the ballistic examination, local authorities took precautions to ensure public safety. There was concern that Michelle might have been a random victim, raises the possibility that the perpetrator may target others. Plus, a large number of cars travel on this interstate, putting numerous drivers at risk of being targeted by the shooter. Given the urgency of the situation, the police increased their patrols in the city. Once it was confirmed that Michelle's death was not an accident, detectives went to the crime scene to collect evidence. Unfortunately, they didn't find any leads, including the cartridge case or other evidence. The initial assumption that Michelle's death was a car accident led to traffic services clearing the site, which likely destroyed any potential evidence. However, detectives didn't give up. They decided to review traffic camera recordings, which have helped solve numerous cases in the past. By analyzing the available footage, the investigators looked for the camera closest to the crime scene. After reviewing the footage for half an hour, found the relevant clip. The video showed Michelle's car overturning, but the quality was poor due to choppy and intermittent images, making it difficult to determine what happened. Despite managing to obtain a few relevant images, but the investigators were unable to find conclusive evidence of the incident leading to the rollover. The investigators faced a great difficulty, as they were sure that they held an important clue that would help solve the case, but in the end it turned out to be a false clue. The police were left with no choice but to continue scrutinizing the remaining camera footage and search for eyewitnesses. While a team of investigators carefully examined footage from traffic cameras, the lead investigator on Michelle Davis's case paid a visit to her family to share some news. It had been initially assumed that Michelle's death was an accident, however, but in reality that is not the case. The revelation that Michelle was, in fact, a victim of a crime left her family stunned. This tragic news was particularly devastating for Michelle's father, Lee Costner. His wife, Michelle's mother Patty, had passed away before their daughter. Lee Costner had already experienced the loss of a child once before. His first daughter, Cheryl Sue Costner, died in 1965 at just 1 year old. Now, 43 years later, he had to face the unbearable pain of losing another child. Having to outlive one's children is arguably the most unimaginable hardship for a parent. Michelle's family informed investigators that her life had undergone significant changes recently. They suspected that the one person who could potentially harm Michelle was her husband, Randy Davis, due to their pending divorce and a restraining order filed against him. While investigating Michelle's background, another detective spoke with her colleagues at work and discovered that she had developed a close relationship with a coworker named Matt Jorgensen. According to Michelle's friend, the feelings between them were mutual. However, since Michelle was in the process of divorcing Randy, they decided to keep their relationship private, known only to a few colleagues and close friends. As a result, the police now had two potential suspects, Randy Davis and Matt Jorgensen. When investigators attempted to contact Randy, they were unsuccessful, as all calls went straight to voicemail. In contrast, they were able to speak with Matt, who openly discussed his relationship with Michelle and provided an account of his activities on the day of her death. Matt stated that they never had arguments or fights. He was visibly shaken by Michelle's death and cooperated fully with the investigators. After verifying his alibi, the police eliminated him as a suspect. The ballistic examination results revealed that the crime was committed with a .22 caliber rifle at close range. Given that the incident occurred on the interstate, police believe the shooter was most likely driving another vehicle, next to Michelle's, at the same time. A new lead emerged when the police received a call from Michelle's insurance company, stating that her brother Todd was filing a claim for the life insurance payout. This raised suspicions, as insurance-related murders are not uncommon. The detective decided to pay Todd a visit to ask some questions. During the interrogation, Todd realized he was being treated as a suspect, so he explained his whereabouts on the day of Michelle's death. Todd revealed that their family was struggling financially and couldn't afford a proper funeral for Michelle, prompting him to file the insurance claim to cover the expenses. Further investigation into Todd's alibi confirmed that he was indeed in a different part of the city at the time of Michelle's death, ruling him out as the shooter. Todd provided the police with information that pointed to another suspect, Michelle's stepson, Josh. At the time of the incident, Josh was an adult who had recently returned from serving in the Marines. As someone familiar with handling weapons, Josh became a person of interest in the investigation. The police began to explore motives that could have driven Josh to commit this crime. In another development, a witness came forward with a crucial tip. A woman who was driving on Interstate 235 around the same time as Michelle's accident reported seeing a red pickup truck. Likely a Ford F-150, with a driver behaving erratically. The driver, described as in white, man wearing a baseball cap, was swerving from lane to lane. It feels like he's chasing someone. Although the description was limited, the investigators deemed this new information significant and proceeded to investigate further. The investigation into Michelle's death led detectives to review footage from traffic cameras, focusing on the presence of a red pickup truck. A woman had tipped off the police about a suspicious red truck, and indeed, the footage showed this vehicle following Michelle from her workplace. Although the footage quality was poor, preventing identification of the driver and license plates, further review of recordings from other cameras confirmed the truck was tailing Michelle along her route. This strongly suggested that the killer was likely targeting Michelle specifically. Detectives soon discovered that Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, was the owner of a red pickup truck. They immediately visited his residence but found him not at home. However, his son Josh, a Marine with professional knowledge of firearms, was at home. Josh stated Randy had spent the day of Michelle's death shopping with his sister, returned home, and spent the evening watching TV. He also revealed that Michelle's divorce from Randy had been complex, particularly due to her demand for half the value of their house. Additionally, Josh mentioned that his father had come home around 5:30 p.m. that evening. Josh's account of incident did not seem believable, and the conversation with Josh revealed that he had a possible motive for the crime. When his father and Michelle divorce, she will receive a portion of the estate, which makes him unhappy. However, these were just suspicions, and without concrete evidence, there was not enough to warrant an arrest or charges. As Michelle's family made funeral arrangements, the police continued searching for leads. They investigated shops and gas stations along the route between Michelle's workplace and where she died, to gather additional camera surveillance footage. Near Michelle's workplace, a store provided another crucial piece of footage. The surveillance camera inside the store also captured part of the parking lot. On September 11, 2008, the day of Michelle's death, a red pickup truck parked at the store's entrance around 4 p.m. The police identified the truck as Randy's vehicle, but since Josh also used it, they needed to determine who was driving it that day. The footage showed the driver exit the truck, enter the store, and then disappear from view temporarily, then reappearing to make a purchase and leave. The poor video quality made it impossible to distinguish whether the driver was Randy or Josh. To clarify the events, here's what happened. Michelle left work at 4:30 p.m., but police had looked at the timeline before then. At 4 p.m., a series of incidents occurred near the store where Michelle worked. The police reviewed the footage and found a pickup truck repeatedly visiting the store in the 30 minutes that followed. In each of these visits, the driver did not get out of the truck but instead turned around and drove away. The last time the truck was seen near the store was when Michelle left work. Despite the efforts of the police to identify the driver, they were unsuccessful. The police then decided to try to contact Randy again. This time, they were successful, and Randy came to the police station. Before interviewing him, the police made it clear that Randy was not under arrest and explained his rights. During the interview, the police asked Randy about his whereabouts on September 11th. Randy mentioned that he and Michelle were in the process of getting a divorce after 17 years of marriage. He also said that he worked as a carpenter and went to work that day. When asked what time he got home from work, Randy hesitated, then saying he arrived home at 3:45 p.m. However, this contradicted the surveillance footage and the testimony of Josh. According to Josh, his father got home around 5:30 p.m., which is about 2 hours later than the time Randy provided. Randy further stated that he did not leave his house after 3:45 p.m. and claimed he was alone until Josh arrived, and they cooked dinner together. However, this information also contradicts Josh's statement, who said that he was already home when his father arrived. Randy and Josh's defenses contradict each other, and after questioning Randy, investigators discovered that one of them was lying. To see Randy's reaction, they revealed to him that Michelle had actually died from a gunshot wound, not from injuries sustained in a car accident. This information had been kept confidential, known only to Michelle's family. However, Randy's reaction was very suspicious. He barely reacted, feigning surprise and looking away. When questioned about his last talk with Michelle, Randy requested a lawyer, effectively ending the conversation. Although the investigation lacked crucial evidence, including the murder weapon, thus the police released Randy. For days after Michelle's death, her family and friends gathered for her funeral on September 15, 2008. Randy attended the ceremony, tried to appear sad and even burst into tears. Investigators worked hard to quickly find the killer. Unexpected help arrived when Josh, accompanied by his lawyer, walked into the police station and expressed his desire to make a statement. According to Josh, on the day of the incident, he had returned home from his sister's house to find his father, Randy, in the driveway with their car. As Josh entered the house, he saw his father holding a gun, and Randy warned him away, saying it would be better if he didn't come in right then. Josh claimed to have immediately understood what his father was planning and tried to stop him, begging Randy not to do something he would later regret. Regardless of Josh's plea, Randy drove away in the car and returned later, parking in the garage. It was then that Randy confessed to Josh that he had shot Michelle. As it turned out, Randy had been struggling to cope with Michelle's decision to file for divorce and her plans to sue him for part of their property. On September 11, 2008, Randy had waited for Michelle to leave work, driving past her workplace several times to avoid missing her. This explained why he appeared on the store's CCTV footage multiple times. Once Michelle left work, Randy followed her and eventually found the right moment to act. He rolled down the passenger side window and fired. The police arrested Randy based on Josh's testimony. Before the trial, Randy accepted a plea deal, admitting to deprivation of life Michelle's in exchange for a reduced sentence. As a result, 53-year-old Randy Davis was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 2010. Welcome back, detectives. Let's dive into another horrible case. The case of Ekaterina Bauman. Ekaterina Bulgova Bauman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, one of the largest cities in Russia. In 2009, at the age of 20, she went on vacation with her family and met Walter Bauman, a German 13 years her senior. Walter spoke fluent Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, a country that was part of the Soviet Union until 1991. Walter had a successful career in Germany and earned a lot of money, but his personal life was not going well. He was always looking for the ideal woman, but he did not meet the standards of a perfect man himself. He still lived with his parents, did not pay attention to his appearance, dressed sloppily, and generally did not make a good impression on others. He often met women online, mainly Russian. After talking to a girl for a long time, he decided to go to Russia to meet her. However, the meeting did not go as expected, and she stopped contacting him. After meeting Ekaterina, he went on a romantic vacation with her in Turkey. His friends were surprised because Ekaterina seemed too beautiful for him. Their relationship began like many other couples. After the vacation, they continued to communicate via social networks and phone calls when Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany. He often told his friends about her kindness and beauty, about the long conversations and love letters they exchanged. Walter also frequently traveled to St. Petersburg to visit Ekaterina, even though these trips were costly. In her second year of university in St. Petersburg, Ekaterina was helped by Walter to transfer to the University of Hamburg, Germany, in 2010. In Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea, she was known as an intelligent, charming, and cheerful young girl. She kept in touch with her family in Russia and continued her studies in business administration in Germany. Ekaterina enjoyed jogging, yoga, and often sought out quiet places. A few months later, Ekaterina and Walter got married. Alexander, Walter's friend and wedding photographer, described their wedding as extremely lavish. He commented that Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happiest bride he had ever seen. The wedding ceremony took place at a lighthouse, after which they traveled in a huge white carriage, something unheard of in Germany. Notably, the wedding had very few guests and ended early. The wedding photo of Walter and Ekaterina shows a happy couple. Walter seems to support his young wife, while Ekaterina gently hugs her husband with a radiant smile. They appeared to have found the perfect match in each other. At first, their married life seemed like a fairy tale. However, instead of moving into a lavish castle, the newlyweds moved in with Walter's parents. This is when Ekaterina began to face her first difficulties since arriving in Germany. Living with her in-laws was not easy, and the fairy tale gradually fell apart. Walter's mother, Ludmila Baumann. She was born and raised in Kazakhstan, where she spent the first 38 years of her life. An excellent student, she progressed through many career stages, from chemical technology assistant to chemical engineer, and finally to secondary school teacher. Ludmila married at the age of 18 and gave birth to her only son, who became the most important person in her life. The Baumann family had German roots, which prompted their emigration from Kazakhstan to Germany. They settled in Bremerhaven, where Ludmila worked for many years at the Institute of Oceanography, studying global climate change. She had a good job there, regularly went to sea, and participated in about 25 expeditions, including trips to the Arctic. Her immigration story became an inspiration for many immigrants in Germany. Because of this, a 1-meter-long portrait of her is displayed alongside 30 other portraits on the facade of the Migration Center in Bremerhaven. Ludmila has difficulty accepting that her son Walter is an adult, now 30 years old. She frequently calls him when he is out, constantly asking about when he will return home, where he is, and who he is with. As Walter is an only child, Ludmila struggles to maintain the necessary distance and always tries to control his life. Ekaterina faces judgment from her mother-in-law, Ludmila, but still tries to please her in every way. Ludmila often interferes in her son's married life and criticizes Ekaterina, claiming she is a poor wife. Although Ekaterina tried to get used to this attitude, her efforts were unsuccessful. When going out, she dressed elegantly to avoid criticism, otherwise, she would have to endure her mother-in-law's comments about her indecent dress. Walter works at a port and earns a salary of about 4,000 euros per month. He often works on weekends and holidays because of the higher pay. Although not a workaholic, Walter is quite frugal and saves most of his income. In 2017, when Ekaterina was pregnant, Walter decided to use part of his savings to buy a house. He spent considerable time searching for an affordable home. Ekaterina hoped the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila, Walter's mother, continued to visit regularly and interfered in her son's life. During the time Ekaterina gave birth to their daughter, the relationship between her and Walter became more strained. After the birth, Walter became stricter and more controlling of his wife. He spoke to her disrespectfully, did not allow her to learn to drive, and forbade her from speaking German to their daughter because he wanted the child to know only Russian. Ekaterina did not understand the reasons behind these changes in her husband's behavior. Walter became more irritable, jealous, and controlling than before. His behavior grew unpredictable. He could explode over trivial matters. The relationship between Walter and Ekaterina deteriorated further. Walter began to use violence against his wife. The authorities became aware of the domestic violence in late 2019. But the case was quickly closed when they said they had reconciled. However, arguments continued, even in front of their children. Walter secretly filmed and took photos of their disputes and even tried to have someone hack his wife's phone, although the request was refused. He accused Ekaterina of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Meanwhile, Ekaterina believed Walter no longer cared about her. In the fall of 2020, Ekaterina decided to seek help from a domestic violence support center, as she could no longer live in a state of stress and fear. After Ekaterina and her daughter left, Walter tried to convince them to return. He promised to change, admitted his mistakes, and expressed that he could not live without his wife and child. Ekaterina eventually forgave him and returned home with her daughter. However, the quarrels continued. Whenever he realized he was wrong, Walter would give gifts or organize trips for the family. He also began to change his attitude not only towards his wife but also towards his daughter. Besides, Walter's attitude towards his daughter was excessively controlling. He always wanted his daughter within sight at home and never let her go when she was out, even though she was only 3 years old. Walter reduced his working hours by half to take care of his daughter, take her to school, cook, and have her sleep in the same room as his parents. Acquaintances described Walter was good at manipulating others, stingy, and saw money as his main purpose in life. Walter often appeared anxious and impatient. Ekaterina often visited her family in Russia with Walter. He feared that his wife would stay there and not let him see his daughter anymore. When her husband became increasingly violent, Ekaterina began to think about divorce. However, she discovered that all her papers had disappeared. Walter had taken them to his mother's house. One day, when Walter's mother came to visit, Ekaterina and Walter argued, and Ekaterina was thrown out of the house like a useless thing. She called the police, and the situation was resolved. Once, Ekaterina and Walter had a serious argument before taking their daughter to kindergarten. The situation was so severe that the school management reported it to the Youth Support Service. After that, the family began receiving child education support. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor monitored the child's situation. The counselor concluded that it was too dangerous to leave the child with her parents. Ekaterina stayed with her husband only for the sake of her daughter, but she could not take her back to Russia. In order to take her child out of Germany, Ekaterina needed Walter's consent, proving that he did not object to her leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took her daughter away for the second time and went to a crisis center for women. She informed the authorities that her husband was planning to commit suicide. The social service agency recommended that the 5-year-old girl be placed in an orphanage. The psychologist from the youth service assessed the situation as very serious. Although Ekaterina agreed to let the youth service place her daughter in an orphanage, Walter and his mother opposed this decision. After Ekaterina and Walter divorced, the child lived alternately with both, some days with her father, the rest with her mother in a women's shelter. Ekaterina increasingly wanted to return to Russia. Walter did not stop her but set the condition that his daughter stay in Germany. So, Ekaterina went to St. Petersburg alone in early 2021 and 2022. During her stay in Russia, she met a pilot from the Siberian whom she had met online. After returning to Germany in mid-January 2022, Ekaterina kept in daily contact with the pilot. During their relationship, they exchanged many affectionate messages. However, just a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, Ekaterina suddenly cut off contact with her family and her new lover. She took only an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's hidden money and fled. Ekaterina left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is the information Walter provided to the police on February 6, 2022, after Ekaterina's parents had not been able to contact her for 2 days and had asked the German police to check the situation. The police searched the Walters' home 4 days after Ekaterina was reported to have disappeared. By this time, Walter had repainted the living room floor, replaced the sofa, and purchased a large amount of cleaning supplies. Notably, footage from the home's camera had disappeared. The search lasted 3 hours. A police dog was led through the garage and home, where there was a mild but unclear response in the garage. An initial search found no evidence in the house or garage. However, police seized a knife and an electric shock device from a garbage truck as evidence. Police found that Walter was not concerned about his wife's disappearance but was worried about the custody of their 5-year-old daughter if Ekaterina did not return. The search for Ekaterina lasted several days but was to no avail. She had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Police said it was unlikely that a young mother would leave her daughter, papers, and phone behind to flee abroad. They doubted Walter's account of Ekaterina fleeing with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance has left the city and surrounding area worried. On March 1, 2022, 25 days after Ekaterina went missing, a pedestrian walking along the Weser River discovered a strange suitcase washed up on the shore. When he opened it, he was horrified to find that it contained the remains of a woman, wrapped in a garbage bag. Notably, not all of the body was in the suitcase, some parts were missing. The victim was identified as 32-year-old Ekaterina Baumann. In a sad coincidence, the suitcase was found near the lighthouse where she had held her wedding. The suitcase washing up on the shore was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, if it had drifted into the North Sea, Ekaterina would have been lost forever. This ended any hope of a happy ending to her mysterious disappearance. Walter Baumann was arrested as the sole suspect in the case. After the discovery of the victim's body, the police conducted a second search of the Baumann family home. This search lasted several days and involved forensic experts. During the investigation, the police found a bottle of a strong sedative. This drug was also detected in the blood of Ekaterina. The police also found disposable gloves, aluminum foil, and tape, as well as a large number of garbage bags and detergent. Furthermore, containers of acetic acid, solvents, bleach, suitcase keys, and the pink scarf that Ekaterina wore around her neck in her last selfie were found in the garage and the shed. Investigators also discovered that there were hardly any personal belongings of Ekaterina remaining. Most of Ekaterina's clothes had been thrown away. Her wedding photo, a precious memento of happy moments, was found hidden behind the piano. The police also discovered the white coat that Ekaterina wore in her last selfie. Notably, this coat was found in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Baumann, Walter's mother. During his detention, Walter frequently wrote letters to his mother. In the letters, he expressed his love and called her "my son's mother." He also frequently begged for help from his mother with urgent words such as, "Mom, please help us, you can save us, I only hope for the future in you, and please save me." However, the true meaning behind these words was only made clear 8 months later. The last day of Ekaterina's life was Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4:30 p.m., she wore a light-colored jacket and a yellow skirt and walked for about 10 minutes. This action was recorded by a neighbor's security camera. That evening, the family had a dinner of tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives, accompanied by a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina only drank 1 glass of wine, while he drank the rest. This is why he said he went to bed at 8 p.m. According to court records, Ekaterina's phone lost its connection to the network at 7:41 p.m. Then, at 8:25 p.m., she made a video call to her new boyfriend from her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call back after putting the children to bed. However, she did not call him or anyone else that evening. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot texted her good night, but the message remained unread. A forensic examination found that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an analysis of her stomach contents. Forensic experts found traces of strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood. Her hyoid bone was broken, so the cause of death was determined to be strangulation. According to experts, everything else done to the body was done with very sharp instruments. The next morning, Walter opened the car door at 7:22 a.m. The car left at 10:20 a.m. and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later, Walter called his wife, apparently to support the story that she had left. He also sent a text message asking, "Where are you, Ekaterina?" a question clearly intended to set up the scene. Before February 4th, Walter and his mother had been texting regularly via WhatsApp. However, after that day, they suddenly stopped communicating, which was very unusual. In mid-February, Walter took the car to a car care center and requested a thorough cleaning of the entire interior. On August 26, 2022, Walter's trial began. Prosecutors accused Walter of putting a sedative in Ekaterina's drink and then strangling her while she was sleeping. They claimed that Walter had planned how to dispose of the body in advance. The motive given was that Walter feared losing custody of his daughter if he divorced and was worried about financial losses. Investigators have released new results of the investigation into Ekaterina's case. They found many bloodstains in the garage, where the victim's husband had tried to remove traces according to online instructions. Specifically, blood was found in many places such as under shelves, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the joints. In addition, blood stains appeared on the carpet in the husband's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine were able to identify all of the bloodstains as belonging to Ekaterina. Walter's phone and computer were seized by the police, providing answers to many questions. Shortly before the tragedy, he had made the following search queries: how to avoid being fined for taking someone's life, what kind of acid can dissolve flesh, how many liters of acid do you need to fill a bathtub, how to read someone else's WhatsApp chat messages, how long does it take to die from sedatives, and can you be convicted without evidence in Germany? Between December 2021 and the end of February 2022, Walter made about 500 internet searches, suggesting that he had carefully planned the crime. On the day of Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter searched for the phrase "electroshock machine" twice on Google. Forensic experts later discovered traces of electric shock on Ekaterina's body. Investigators suspect that Walter used an electric shock device to check if his wife was still alive. Walter wore a wedding ring at the trial and identified himself as a widower. He remained silent throughout the 2-month trial and did not comment on the allegations. When testifying, he often covered his ears as if he were not involved. Walter only showed strong emotions when he saw his mother in the courtroom. He cried when his mother was questioned and stared at her, his hands clasped as if in prayer. In a letter, he begged his mother, "Get me out of here." It appears that she agreed to help her son. Ludmila Baumann confessed in her testimony that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She told the court that in the middle of the night, she went to her son and daughter-in-law's house after receiving a call asking her to babysit her granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina sleeping on the couch. She tried to wake her up by shaking her. Ekaterina woke up and punched her in the face. A fight broke out, during which Ludmila strangled her daughter-in-law. Ludmila also admitted that she was the one who disposed of Ekaterina's body afterward. She ended her testimony by saying that she loved Ekaterina like her own daughter and did not want this to happen. Did Ludmila really commit the crime, or was she just trying to protect her son? The close relationship between mother and daughter-in-law is shown through 1,699 pages of WhatsApp chat records. Despite incriminating herself, Ludmila was still free. The jury and prosecutors did not believe her testimony, believing that she was just trying to protect her son. Ludmila's lawyer asked for her arrest, while Walter's lawyer asked for his release. In the end, the mother was freed, but her son remained in prison. Ludmila did not give up and wrote a letter to the court, describing what she did to the body. She insisted her son was innocent and wanted to be charged, but the court did not believe her. Ludmila revealed the location of the missing pieces, which led the police to find another bag containing them at the exact spot she had indicated. Ludmila's pedometer showed that at 12:40 a.m., she walked 220 yards. A camera recorded a person walking past Walter and Ekaterina's house. Walter's father's phone was active at the time, and he drove Ludmila to her son's house but claimed he was sleeping. The expert determined that Ekaterina was already dead, which meant Ludmila was lying. There was a strange detail. Ludmila arrived at her son's house after Ekaterina died and stayed during the body disposal process. She helped clean up, concealed evidence, and was an accomplice to her son. However, German law did not charge or arrest Ludmila. The court suspecting Walter instead. He remained silent until reciting a lengthy statement about his life and love for Ekaterina, citing her emotional issues as the cause of their conflicts. Despite having 230 sheets of paper, he only briefly touched on the night that changed everything. He stated that he was asleep when his mother took the life of his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for this horrible crime and said, "She betrayed me, used me, and threw me into prison." When addressing the judge, he also said, "My daughter lost her mother. She must not lose her father too." The creepiest thing in this story is not even the details of this terrifying crime, but the fact that all of this happened right before the eyes of the 5-year-old daughter of the couple. Currently, the Russian grandmother is prohibited from talking with her granddaughter. Currently, the girl is living in a facility for traumatized children and is given a new name so that she doesn't find out the story of her real family. On May 23, 2023, when the verdict was announced, Ekaterina's daughter was 6. Walter Baumann was given a life sentence. German law is such that after 15 years, he will be eligible for parole. The urn with Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another perplexing mystery. The case of Hannah Potts. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, an investigation involving the FBI began. The case received a lot of media attention, and the unraveling of the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah grew up in a large family in Gibson County, Indiana, a rural area where many people make a living from farming. Her family owned a small farm, which her parents considered a safe and ideal place to work, live, and raise their children. The summer of 2020 was a turning point for Hannah's family, after which their lives changed forever. On July 23, Hannah was struggling with insomnia. She told her mother that she was going to go out for a walk around the farm, check on the animals, and maybe take some pictures. Hannah then took her phone and camera and left the house and headed toward the barn. The next morning, the family was shocked to discover Hannah was missing. Adding to their worries, a disturbing post appeared on her Facebook page, a video, largely black, suggesting it had been recorded in the dark. Hannah desperately pleaded, "Mom, can you hear me? Please talk to me, I really need to hear your voice right now. Something bad happened. I was taking pictures of animals and the man grabbed me. I think he was trying to scare me. He was about as tall as Jerry and had a deep voice. He said he wanted to help me, but I didn't believe him. I'm in a room with 4 walls and a little light. I have my phone with me and I want you to know that they know about this. Please talk, you have to tell the police everything that's going on. They can find me by looking at the videos or pictures on my phone." That man mentioned Ohio, but I'm not sure exactly where. "Please tell everyone that I love them, and if I don't make it back, know that I love you all very much." Hannah's parents quickly alerted the police, and given the circumstances and the fact that even minutes can change everything in such cases, the FBI launched an investigation. News of the abduction spread quickly on social media and was picked up by major television stations across the country by the end of the day. Extensive media coverage was garnered, with a large number of volunteers joining Hannah's family in distributing thousands of informational flyers. The flyers included a description of Hannah's last known appearance, She was wearing a gray shirt and sweatpants when she was last seen at home around 2 a.m. The abductor's vehicle, a maroon sedan, was also described. Police appealed to the public for any information that could assist the investigation. Hannah's family used every resource at their disposal to find her, including using social media to quickly spread information about the abduction. Hannah's twin sister, Lauren, created a social media post to spread the word and seek support. The post read, "She is reaching out with a heavy heart, and she never thought she would be in this situation. She needs the help of her friends and family. Please share this post and the attached photo." If you have any information about her twin sister Hannah's disappearance, please contact the Princeton, Indiana Police Department or her family. Hannah posted a video earlier describing her kidnapping, and Lauren is desperate for her safe return home. The FBI attempted to locate Hannah by tracking her cell phone. On the day of her kidnapping, a cell tower a few miles from Hannah's family home picked up a signal from her phone. Around 6 a.m., Hannah posted a video to her Facebook page, but by then she was in custody. Her phone continued to pin to a nearby cell tower, indicating that she was likely being held at a location not far from her family home. Meanwhile, police had a lead on a suspect driving a maroon car, but they were unable to find anyone matching the description within a 5-mile radius of Hannah's home. While digging into Hannah's life and trying to find out if anyone she knew could be involved in her disappearance, police discovered that before she went missing, she had been in contact with a 34-year-old woman named Maria Hopper, who lived just a mile from their home. Police arrived to speak with Maria, who confirmed that she knew Hannah but said that she had last seen her a few days before the kidnapping. This seemed like another dead end, but when police obtained a cell phone carrier report and were able to access Hannah's social media page, where she had posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper had lied when she said she had seen Hannah a few days before the kidnapping. Hannah went missing in the early morning hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on July 26th, police visited Maria's home. During this visit, Maria told police that she had no information about Hannah's whereabouts. Maria's boyfriend, Joshua Thomas, 45, was also present and claimed he did not know Hannah. The police asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly agreed but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her house. The police found nothing suspicious inside except for a staircase in the kitchen leading down to the basement. Maria said that there was nothing but unnecessary things in the basement, but the police decided to check the basement themselves. In the basement, the police discovered a strange piece of plywood that stood out among the other dusty items. Its cleanliness suggested that it had not been stored there as long as the other items. Furthermore, it appeared to be blocking the entrance to a separate area of the basement. As an officer began to remove the plywood, Maria interjected with an important statement. Before we continue, however, let's review the recording Hannah made. When shared on social media, many were quick to point out the strangeness and incongruity of Hannah's actions in the video. She recorded a 6-minute video, raising questions about why she prioritized her time filming instead of calling for help immediately. It is also unclear why the kidnapper did not search her and confiscate her phone. The purpose of the video is also puzzling, especially since it was filmed at 2 a.m. on a farm. Additionally, her initial claim of being kidnapped by a man was later contradicted when she mentioned they, referring to multiple kidnappers. Despite having internet access and the ability to post on social media, she did not use this opportunity to identify her location and potentially seek help. Police have noted unusual behavior surrounding Hannah's disappearance. However, since people react differently to stress, they initially treated her disappearance as a kidnapping. The investigation was ongoing until police obtained records of communications between Hannah and Maria, which led to a breakthrough. At Maria's home, when an officer asked about a piece of plywood in the basement, Maria confessed that Hannah had been hiding behind it. The officer then pushed the plywood aside and ordered her to come toward him. When Hannah emerged, the officer found her right hand cuffed and her legs still working. The woman immediately admitted to the police that no one had kidnapped her and that she was sitting in the basement of her own free will. It turned out that Hannah had planned her own kidnapping with the assistance of Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas. This became clear through their social media exchanges. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like fiction. The three were taken to the police station for further investigation after their arrest. As the police tried to understand the motive behind the incident, Hannah explained that she was an aspiring author writing a book. In an effort to gain inspiration and gain a deeper understanding of the experiences of kidnapping victims, Hannah decided to stage her own fake kidnapping. To achieve this, she enlisted the help of her friends Maria and Joshua, who became characters in her story. According to Hannah, her friends helped her plan and carry out the fake kidnapping by hiding her in their basement, providing her with food and drinks, and deliberately destroying her cell phone to avoid detection by the police. Hannah filmed a video of the alleged kidnapping and posted it on her Facebook page, causing great concern and distress to her family and others. Hannah rehearsed the video for about a week before making it without telling her family members about her plans. After the truth was revealed, her family apologized to everyone involved in the search and those who were concerned for her safety. Hannah's sister, Lauren, took to social media to publicly apologize and express her feelings about the situation. In her statement, Lauren said her family was deeply hurt and embarrassed by Hannah's actions, and they felt betrayed. Lauren made it clear that she no longer wanted any relationship with her sister and hoped Hannah would be held accountable for her actions. Lauren also addressed her concerns about Hannah's story targeting a person of color with a specific description of the car. She prayed that no one would be unfairly targeted or harmed because of her sister's false statements. Additionally, Lauren expressed regret for the pain her family has endured, including her 6-year-old son, who was deeply affected by Hannah's dishonesty. Hannah Potts kept a personal journal in her friend's basement in which she wrote that she expected her social media post to go viral. As a result of her actions, she is now facing charges of falsely reporting her own abduction. According to Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran, Hannah's actions were not only criminal, but also caused significant distress to her family and everyone around her. Furthermore, by providing a false description of her alleged abductor, Hannah put innocent people at risk of mistaken identity. Furthermore, the case wasted valuable time and resources as multiple law enforcement agencies were involved in the investigation. In a time of limited resources, these wasted hours can never be recovered. Prosecutor Cochran stressed that such a callous disregard for others will not be tolerated. Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and assisting in the concealment of a kidnapping hoax. During a police interview, Hopper admitted to picking up Hannah Potts from her home and lying about hiding her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the staged kidnapping and Hannah's presence in his home. All three individuals are free on bail and awaiting trial. In September 2020, Hannah Potts pleaded guilty to filing a false kidnapping report. As a result, she was sentenced to 1 year of probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper were also sentenced to probation. Some people who know this story believe that Hannah Potts faked her kidnapping to inspire her book and to attract attention to herself, which she hoped would boost her book's sales. Hello again, true crime fans. We've got another mysterious case to explore. The case of Amber Belkin. Amber was born on December 6, 1981, in San Antonio. An only child, her parents said she was very energetic, ambitious, and responsible. Before her disappearance, Amber had worked as a manager at a video game store for nearly 3 years. On January 29th, she was scheduled to work an extra shift. Although the store opened at 10 a.m. to welcome customers, Amber usually arrived around 9 a.m. to prepare for the workday. As part of her morning routine, she would take the previous day's earnings from the safe and deposit them at a nearby bank to minimize the store's cash holdings. On a typical day in January, Amber, as usual, arrived at work around 9 a.m. The store where she worked was part of a large international chain. However, that day, Amber did not open the store by 10 a.m. Around noon, the regional manager contacted the manager of another store in San Antonio and asked him to drive over and find out why Amber had not deposited the money and the store was not open yet. Amber also did not answer phone calls, which raised suspicion and concern. Mariano Rivera was the employee who went to check on Amber. When he arrived, he noticed a white car that looked like Amber's. However, the store entrance was locked, and when he looked through the glass door, he saw no one inside. Mariano knocked on the door several times but received no response, so he left. 2 hours later, he returned to check the store again. This time, through the window, he saw Amber's assistant, Brandon. Mariano knocked and Brandon let him in. Mariano asked Brandon if he had seen Amber, but Brandon said no. Brandon explained that he had just arrived and noticed something unusual in the store. There were papers and CDs scattered on the floor, along with some money. Mariano entered the back room and made a horrifying discovery. Amber's body was lying on the floor, face down, with a plastic bag covering her head. Mariano quickly called 911. And the police arrived at the scene and cordoned off the area. Forensic experts later determined that her cause of death was strangulation. Police discovered that Amber had not deposited any money into the bank that day. The store's safe was also found empty, indicating that a robbery had taken place. It appeared that the robbers had come across Amber and decided to kill her to prevent her from being a witness. After reviewing Amber's schedule, police determined that the crime occurred between 9 and 10 a.m. Unfortunately, the lack of surveillance cameras at the store hampered their investigation. To proceed, they interviewed the first people to discover the body, Mariano Rivera and Brandon Beal. The couple described their appearance and the circumstances surrounding their discovery. Store management reported that approximately $2,000 was missing from the safe, along with several video game CDs and 3 to 4 PlayStation consoles. The total loss was in excess of $6,000. Police interviewed employees of nearby businesses but were unable to gather any useful information as no one reported seeing or hearing anything suspicious. As police continued to process the crime scene, news spread throughout San Antonio, drawing a large crowd of media representatives to the store's parking lot. Amber's father, Randy Belkin, first heard about the incident on the news, and when he saw the address of the store where the crime took place, he immediately rushed to the scene. When he arrived, he spoke to a police officer who gave him the heartbreaking news that the victim was his daughter, Amber. He was shocked to hear this information. A short time later, Amber's mother, Lelia, also arrived at the store. She could see the pain in her husband's eyes and instinctively knew what had happened. Their only child was gone. When the police examined the crime scene, they came to a number of conclusions. The perpetrators appeared to have left through the back door, which explained why no one had seen them. It was clear that the perpetrators knew the store's schedule in advance, including the time the money was transferred to the bank, between 9 and 10 a.m. Furthermore, they knew that the store did not have surveillance cameras. This suggests that the perpetrator is likely a current or former employee, as this information is known only within the company. Brandon Beal, Amber's assistant, was the first person to be implicated in the crime. He was familiar with the layout of the store and went inside when a manager from another location came to check on Amber. When he arrived at work, Brandon found the store closed despite it being past its opening hours. He used a key to unlock the door, entered, and locked it. He saw signs of a struggle inside, but for some reason, he did not go into the back room to see if Amber was there and if she was okay. Police spoke with company management and discovered that Amber, the store manager, had expressed dissatisfaction with Brandon's performance and wanted him fired. Amber had told her mother about his bad temper and failure to perform his duties. However, police still need to determine whether Amber's negative opinion of Brandon was enough to make him commit the crime. After obtaining a warrant, officers searched Brandon's car and home, looking for the stolen CDs and PlayStation. However, they did not find any stolen items. Brandon told police that he arrived at the store around 2 p.m. and was surprised to find it closed. He used his keys to enter, assuming Amber was not there, and found the mess, leading him to believe the store had been robbed. A manager from another location arrived shortly afterward. Brandon admitted to having frequent disagreements with Amber but insisted he was unaware of her plans to fire him. He had a solid alibi for the time of the crime, confirmed by his girlfriend and parents, and passed a lie detector test, ultimately eliminating him as a suspect. 4 weeks have passed since Amber's death, but the police investigation remains stalled, with no new leads to pursue. There are growing concerns that the case may never be solved. Desperate for a breakthrough, Amber's parents have made a public appeal through the media, asking anyone with information about the case to come forward. A $100,000 reward has been offered for any information leading to an arrest, with $95,000 of that offered by Amber's company. Flyers with Amber's picture have been distributed throughout San Antonio. Yet despite all this, no progress has been made for the next 7 months, until one day a police station receives a crucial call. A man calling himself Joe contacts the police handling Amber's case and reveals that he knows who is responsible for her death. Joe alleged that Giovanni Rivera, 22, was the one who strangled Amber. When asked by police why, Joe explained that he, Giovanni, and Amber had previously worked for the same company. Joe added that on the day of the incident, Giovanni had called him to propose a robbery, targeting the specific store where Amber worked. This was no random choice, as Giovanni knew the store did not have surveillance cameras. The police asked Joe if he accepted Giovanni's offer and participated in the robbery, to which Joe replied no. If everything said was true. Then the police's initial assumption that the crime was committed by someone very familiar with the store's routine was correct. The police asked Joe to come to the police station and give a formal statement. Initially, he refused. But perhaps understanding that the police would soon find him, Joe went to the police station 2 days later. Joe explained that Giovanni had initially mentioned his plan to rob a store. According to Joe, Giovanni never said that he would harm Amber, but about a month after her death and after the case had been widely publicized in the media, Giovanni confessed that Amber's death was his doing. Joe said that he did not call the police immediately because he feared for his safety. And his guilt eventually overcame his fear, prompting him to contact the police. Although Joe's testimony was not enough to warrant an arrest warrant for Giovanni Rivera, it did prompt the police to summon him to the police station for further questioning. It should be noted that Giovanni Rivera and Mariano Rivera, the manager who discovered the body, were not related, they only had the same name. During his conversation with the police, Giovanni accused Joe of lying and denied any involvement in the crime. He then refused to answer further questions, forcing the police to release him. While the police were thinking about how they could bring him to justice, Giovanni moved to Laredo, Texas, with his family. Due to insufficient evidence, the police were unable to act and the case remained stalled for months. A crucial turning point in the case came unexpectedly. In June 2008, nearly a year and a half after Amber's death, Giovanni's wife, Veronica, contacted the police. She reported that Giovanni had attacked her, threatened her and their children with a gun, and also revealed to the police that Giovanni was responsible for Amber Belkin's murder. The police in charge of the case traveled to Laredo to interview Veronica in person. During their meeting, she expressed regret for marrying Giovanni, saying that she had become pregnant with him while still in school, and that her family had pressured them to marry. However, after the wedding, Giovanni's behavior changed dramatically, revealing a controlling and domineering personality. According to Veronica, he often forced sex on her, even tying her up with duct tape if she refused him. Veronica testified that when Giovanni was first called to the police station, he returned home looking very upset and quickly informed her that they needed to move to Laredo immediately. They packed their belongings and left San Antonio that same day. Veronica concluded that if her husband was innocent, there would be no reason for them to move. At one point, Veronica mustered up the courage to confront Giovanni about his involvement in Amber's death. Giovanni admitted to killing Amber. Veronica was shocked and asked why he did it. Giovanni replied that he did it because their family desperately needed money to pay rent. Veronica filed for divorce, which caused Giovanni to become violent. He drove her to a secluded location, where he pulled out a pistol and ordered her into the back seat of the car. He then followed her, threatening her and forcing her to comply with his demands. Giovanni then gave Veronica a gun and instructed her to shoot him. When she refused, he retaliated by threatening her, her children and her family. Veronica begged him to think about what would happen to their children if they were left without parents. This appeal seemed to work, and they returned home that night. However, the next morning, Giovanni declared that he was abandoning his family. As he drove away, Veronica immediately called the police and told them about her husband's confession. After Giovanni's wife joined Joe, another witness, to testify against him, the police obtained an arrest warrant. However, Giovanni escaped by crossing the US-Mexico border and hiding in Mexico. It took 6 weeks for the police to track him down and arrest him at a relative's house. The Mexican police agreed to extradite him to the United States only on the condition that prosecutors drop the death penalty against him. These conditions were agreed upon, and when all the documents were prepared, Giovanni Rivera was handed over to the U.S. police. On August 7, 2008, Giovanni was questioned. In contrast to the previous conversation of the police, his wife's statement was brought up. When informed of this, he confessed everything. He said that as soon as Amber opened the door of the store, he followed her, wearing gloves and a mask. He was surprised when Amber recognized him. He told her that he was having financial problems and that he needed money, and he made her open the safe. A struggle broke out as Amber tried to grab the phone, prompting him to bind her with duct tape. When she panicked and began screaming, he covered her mouth with his hand, ordering her to be quiet. Amber tried to escape, but he reached a point where he felt he could no longer turn back. In a desperate move, he grabbed a nearby plastic bag and blocked her airway, eventually stopping her from breathing. After she became unresponsive, he took the store's money, several CDs, and several PlayStation consoles before fleeing in his car, which was parked behind the store. Giovanni's attorney offered a plea deal. The district attorney's office accepted the deal, which did not include a life sentence without parole, but was considered the best outcome for Amber's family given the risks and uncertainties of a jury trial and the possibility of appeal. As a result of this agreement, in April 2010, Giovanni Rivera was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Regarding the $100,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the perpetrator, the government has not disclosed whether the money has been paid to anyone. Hey detectives! Welcome back. We've got another mysterious case to explore. The case of Sarah Ann Wood. Sarah Ann Wood was born on March 4, 1981, in New York. She grew up in a devoutly religious family. Her father was a pastor in a small town in the middle of the state. As the daughter of a pastor, Sarah spent a lot of time at her father's church, attending services. She attended Sunday school with her sister and brother. Outside of church, Sarah had many other interests. She enjoyed dancing, was passionate about poetry, and was an active member of her school's cheerleading squad. In her free time, Sarah enjoyed riding her bike around the neighborhood. The church, less than a mile from her home, was a frequent destination for her bike rides, whether she was attending a service, helping her father, or simply attending Sunday school. On August 18, 1993, 12-year-old Sarah rode her bike to church for Sunday school as usual. While other members of the church ran the classes, her father remained at home. Her parents expected her to return home in the afternoon right after classes ended. However, when the afternoon passed and she still had not returned, they began to worry. After waiting for a while, they went to the church, thinking that she might be with some friends, but Sarah was nowhere to be seen. The teachers informed them that she had indeed left the church on her bicycle after school, carrying some books, colorful folders, and a small board. Her parents were even more worried because the trip home from church only took a few minutes, and it was unlikely that Sarah would go anywhere, since she had all her belongings with her. Moreover, she always came home to ask her parents for permission if she wanted to go somewhere, which made them even more worried. Her parents followed the path to the church, asking the neighbors if anyone had seen their daughter. Given the small size of the town and the popularity of her father through the church, dozens of people quickly joined the search effort. They soon found one person who had seen Sarah walking towards her home around 2:30 p.m., just a short distance away. This new information made her parents even more worried and convinced that something terrible had happened to Sarah, prompting them to contact the police. The search for Sarah began immediately, with the local police department deploying dozens of officers to search the area. The sheriff also called in the help of the fire department, increasing the number of people involved. As news of Sarah's disappearance spread, dozens of volunteers joined the effort, quickly growing the search party to hundreds in just a few hours. The initial search focused on the route between Sarah's church and her home, with officers thoroughly searching the fields and woods along the route. Their search soon yielded a disturbing discovery. Just a short distance into the woods, Sarah's bicycle was found leaning against a tree. Police zeroed in on the area and quickly found items Sarah had taken from Sunday school hidden under a bush. This discovery suggested that Sarah had been abducted. The police hypothesis was that an unknown assailant may have dragged her from the road into the woods, abandoned her belongings, and then driven her away. The police department allocated all available resources to the search, while Sarah's family created informational flyers about Sarah's disappearance. With the help of dozens of volunteers, they distributed these flyers not only in their town but also in neighboring cities. The first day of searching for Sarah yielded no results, despite the best efforts of the police and volunteers. They searched the area around the road thoroughly into the night but found no new clues. The search continued the next morning with more people joining in. The state police also joined the investigation, focusing on identifying possible suspects. People in the town were interviewed by the police, who hoped that anyone might have seen a strange person, an unfamiliar car, or any other information that might be related to Sarah's disappearance. Sarah's parents set up a makeshift headquarters with dozens of volunteers to help locate their missing daughter. They printed and distributed flyers while also trying to find witnesses or any clues related to Sarah. The local media soon picked up the story, and in a short time, news of Sarah's disappearance spread across the country. The police received more than 1,000 tips and thoroughly investigated each one, but they hit a dead end. Unfortunately, these leads continued to yield no results. The public, who helped her parents raise a substantial $150,000 reward for any information about Sarah's whereabouts. However, this effort also yielded no results. The active search phase lasted about a week, but eventually the police concluded that they were unlikely to find any valuable clues in the area. They resumed their investigation, now focusing on finding potential suspects. The police searched for Sarah, checking local residents and convicted criminals from neighboring towns, but none of these efforts yielded any new information. Sarah's parents frequently used the media to appeal to the public for any information that might help locate their daughter. Despite these efforts, her disappearance remained a mystery for nearly 6 months, until a sudden and unexpected turn of events changed everything. On January 7, 1994, 12-year-old Rebecca began walking to school from her home in a small town in Massachusetts. As she walked down a quiet street, she noticed a man walking alongside her. At first, Rebecca did not hear what he was saying because she was listening to music through her headphones. After removing them, the man pulled out a gun and ordered Rebecca to follow his instructions or she would get hurt. He then grabbed her coat and they continued walking in the same direction. Rebecca quickly realized that the man was leading her to a car, and she quickly came up with a plan. She pretended to have an asthma attack, struggling to breathe. She sat down on the ground, causing the man to let go of her jacket, but he grabbed her backpack instead. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Rebecca slipped off the backpack strap and ran away from her captor. She ran as fast as she could to a large group of people nearby, a few hundred yards away, and told them that someone had just tried to kidnap her. The captor, still behind him, got into his car, took Rebecca's backpack, and drove away. One of the witnesses decided to follow him in his car. He followed the captor for a few minutes, then stopped at the nearest gas station and called the police. The witness provided a partial license plate number and model, and shared Rebecca's description of the captor's appearance. The police began searching for the car, checking the database for matches. They also sent information to neighboring towns, and that evening, their efforts paid off. A police officer driving through a small town a few miles away suddenly noticed a car matching the description. He stopped and knocked on the door of the house where the car was parked. There were several people inside. When the police asked who owned the pickup truck, the owner replied that he no longer used the truck due to his vision loss. Instead, his neighbor, Louis Lint, 43, often used the truck. Louis, a handyman, helped his blind neighbor with various household chores in exchange for the use of the pickup truck. Louis told the police that he had last driven the truck the day before and had not used it since. However, the police still asked Louis to come to the station for questioning, which he agreed to. At the station, Louis repeatedly stated that he had not used the truck that day and denied any involvement in the kidnapping. A devout Christian, he stated that he spent most of his free time at church and would not commit such an act. While Louis was at the station, the police took a photo of him and showed it to Rebecca and other witnesses in a photo lineup interspersed with photos of other men. All of the witnesses identified Louis as the kidnapper. Rebecca, who had gotten a close look at Louis as he was less than a foot away from her, was certain that he was the one who had tried to kidnap her. Based on this information, the police quickly obtained a search warrant for Louis' home and the vehicles in a pickup truck owned by his neighbor. The search of the vehicles led to a disturbing discovery: a small bag containing duct tape, a knife, children's sunglasses, and candy in the truck, which belonged to Louis and was also parked near their home. A further search of the home turned up a gun and Rebecca's backpack. A search of the property revealed a shocking discovery: a large secret room under construction underneath the house. With this accumulated evidence, the police arrested Louis for attempted kidnapping. Louis initially maintained his innocence but eventually decided to confess to the crime. He confessed to coming to Rebecca's town to find victims and carrying a bag in his car that he called his kidnapping kit. Lewis's reason for digging a secret room under his house shocked even the police. He planned to turn the place into a bunker, fully equipped to hold his kidnapping victims. His plan included kidnapping 11 girls between the ages of 12 and 17 to satisfy his creepy desires. Once the room was completed, Lewis did not plan to hold his victims for long, intending to kill them within a short period of time, usually a few days. A list was also discovered at Lewis's home, which contained the names of several children living nearby. Further investigation revealed that Lewis had shortlisted these people as potential targets once his secret bunker was completed. Following his confession, Lewis was jailed pending trial for attempted kidnapping. The police continued to visit him to gather more information, and during one of these visits, he unexpectedly confessed to another crime. Lewis revealed that 4 years earlier, in October 1990, he had worked as a janitor at a movie theater in the same town where he later attempted to kidnap Rebecca. On the evening of October 22nd, he left work and saw 12-year-old James Bernardo riding his bicycle near the parking lot. Lewis immediately decided to kidnap the boy with the intention of assaulting him. There were no witnesses in the parking lot, and he had a bag containing a kidnapping kit in his truck, the same bag police later found during a search. Lewis initially offered James $5 to help arrange seats in the theater, which James accepted. However, upon arriving, Lewis tied James up. Lewis then drove his truck closer to the entrance, pulled James and his bike into the truck, and took James to his house. Lewis left James at home and drove to a nearby lake, where he dumped the bike. After returning home, Lewis attempted to attack James but was unsuccessful. Feeling the need to get rid of James, Lewis put him in his truck and drove to a neighboring state. There, Lewis killed James and dumped his body in the woods. A hunter soon discovered the body and reported the incident to the police. Despite an investigation, law enforcement was unable to identify a suspect for many years. When police compared Lewis's testimony with existing case information, they discovered many facts and accurate details about the crime. This confirmation was completely true. After his confession, news of Lewis spread rapidly throughout the country. Within days, the police realized that Lewis was a suspect not only in a failed kidnapping attempt and a secret underground bunker. He also confessed to a previously unknown murder. News of Lewis's case eventually reached the police in New York, who were looking for Sarah and Wood. They looked into the details surrounding Rebecca's kidnapping and requested more information about Lewis. Prior to this, analysts had created a profile of Sarah's potential kidnapper, and Lewis seemed to fit the bill. As a result, the police decided to interview him and visit him in prison. During the interrogation, Lewis mentioned that he frequently traveled to neighboring states to visit relatives. During these trips, he sometimes drove through small towns to look for potential victims. On August 18, 1993, Lewis claimed to have encountered Sarah walking along a road with her bicycle beside her. He said he stopped his car, got out of it, and forced Sarah into his truck at gunpoint. After tying her up, Lewis hid her belongings and bicycle in the woods a short distance from the road to delay their discovery. After driving Sarah hundreds of miles from her home, he took her to a remote area by a large mountain lake. There, he brutally attacked and murdered her. Lewis then dug a grave and buried her body. He chose not to reveal the exact location of Sarah's burial. However, Lewis provided police with a detailed account of the crime, as he had done with his previous victims. In an effort to find the body, police launched a large search operation around the lake. They enlisted the help of hundreds of volunteers, rangers, and the military. However, there was a significant obstacle. The sheer size of the lake made it nearly impossible for the search party to cover the entire area, even with so many people involved. And since it had been months since the burial, the site was likely overgrown. After weeks of searching, the group was unable to find a body or any evidence. Despite the lack of physical evidence, the detailed and precise testimony provided was enough to convict Lewis of the murders of Sarah and James. In January 1995, Lewis was sentenced to 17 to 20 years in prison for the attempted kidnapping of Rebecca. The following June, the trial for James's murder began, and Lewis pleaded guilty before the judge. He also told his lawyer that he wanted to confess to Sarah's murder immediately, but when he entered the courtroom and saw her parents, he suddenly changed his mind. However, just 9 days later, when he was brought into an empty courtroom, he finally admitted his guilt. Despite this, he continued to refuse to reveal the burial location, despite the desperate pleas from Sarah's parents. The prosecution struck a deal with Lewis, offering to serve his sentence in state prison instead of federal prison in exchange for his help in finding Sarah. Lewis agreed to work with the police and pointed out a location near the lake, even sketching out a preliminary map. Although the police wanted Lewis to join the search, his attorney advised against it. Despite the challenges posed by the snow and freezing temperatures, the police mounted a massive search effort using heavy equipment and the assistance of hundreds of volunteers, but unfortunately, they were unable to find Sarah. A few months later, as fall approached, the police conducted another search, but were still unsuccessful. During this time, the police repeatedly asked Lewis to provide more specific details about the location, but he refused to cooperate. As a result, the prosecution decided to cancel the deal. On April 11, 1997, Lewis was sentenced to the maximum possible prison sentence of 25 years. The judge made it clear that if Sarah's body was found, the sentence could be the death penalty. During the trial, Lewis's attorney attempted to reduce his client's sentence. He admitted that Lewis was guilty of all 3 crimes, but argued that Lewis suffered from an undiagnosed mental disorder. Specifically, Lewis claimed to hear voices in his head and said that he had somehow communicated with protected aliens, but mental health experts found no evidence of a mental disorder. Instead, they concluded that he was probably faking it to avoid severe punishment. After the verdict, police frequently visited Lewis in prison in the hope of discovering Sarah's burial site. However, Lewis's behavior was erratic and he gave police several incorrect locations. He once stated that he was not ready to reveal the location because he had buried Sarah next to another victim and did not want anyone to find out who it was. Despite their grief, Sarah's parents also visited Lewis in prison, begging him to reveal where Sarah was buried. But Lewis refused to reveal this information. In addition to this case, police are investigating the possibility that Lewis may have been involved in other unsolved crimes. With his confession to the kidnapping of Sarah and James, investigators have considerable grounds to believe that Lewis had more victims. After Lewis was arrested, police discovered that he had made another attempt to kidnap a young girl several years earlier. He tried to abduct her from the street, but was thwarted when her father intervened. Although the family reported the incident to the police at the time, the police were unable to identify the perpetrator. It was not until Lewis's photo appeared in the newspaper that the girl and her father were able to identify him. In addition, Lewis was suspected of being involved in 4 unsolved disappearances between 1985 and 1992. Although police believed he was capable of these crimes, they could not find any concrete evidence and Lewis refused to admit to the crimes. After his conviction, police continued to visit Lewis in the hopes of finding out more information about Sarah's disappearance or his possible involvement in other crimes. For 8 years, Lewis remained uncooperative, but in 2013, he confessed that he was responsible for one of the crimes he was suspected of. According to Lewis, on November 6, 1992, he kidnapped a 16-year-old boy with disabilities who was on his way to visit his grandmother. Lewis claimed that he forced the boy into his truck, killed him, and then dumped his body in a lake. Police confirmed his involvement based on his detailed description of the events, but to this day, formal charges have not been filed against him in the case. Lewis is now 73 years old and is still serving a prison sentence for 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted kidnapping. Sarah's parents remain hopeful that he may eventually reveal her burial site, either through their persuasion or in a confession before his death. In Sarah's memory, her family has established an annual charity bike ride, which started out as a small event but has grown in popularity over time. Today, the event attracts thousands of participants who not only honor Sarah's memory but also contribute to fundraising efforts to help find missing children. Police have no plans to give up their search for Sarah's burial site, regardless of Lewis' willingness to reveal the information. They intend to continue searching the areas he has indicated until they find her. Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another perplexing mystery. The case of Kristen Trickle. Kristen Trickle was born on August 14, 1993, in a small town in southeast Nebraska. Her childhood was not particularly busy or troubled. However, her biological mother abandoned the family when Kristen was less than 3 years old. She left her husband and daughter for another man, moved to California, and never cared about their fate again. Kristen's father, James, raised his daughter alone, doing his best to ensure she lacked nothing. However, he contracted a serious illness that gradually worsened, and when Kristen turned 16, her father passed away. With no other close relatives, the girl could have been placed in a shelter until she became an adult. However, an aunt and uncle on her father's side, who lived in neighboring Kansas, intervened. Although they were raising 3 children of their own, they expressed a desire to adopt the orphan girl and did their best to ensure she had a comfortable and happy life. Soon after, the girl moved into their family home. In her new family, Kristen never felt like an outsider. Instead, her aunt and uncle treated her like their own child, showering her with love and care. Kristen was a good student who participated in art activities, helped her family with housework, and dreamed of becoming a veterinarian because of her love for animals. Family and friends described her as easygoing, kind, friendly, and very gentle. She was confident in pursuing her goals and spreading optimism to those around her. The Kristen's relative family was very religious, attending church regularly on Sundays. It was here that 18-year-old Kristen met Colby, a young man who was an aspiring musician, performing in a band that played music during sermons and prayer services. Colby, who had just turned 18, was very talented and dreamed of building a successful music career in the future. The 2 young people quickly developed a close relationship that later blossomed into romantic love. Colby was an excellent guitar player and composed his own songs, which he used to win the hearts of his loved ones. He was open, sociable, cheerful, and easy to befriend, often becoming the life of any party. After graduating from high school, he showed an interest in military affairs and decided to join the Army. At the age of 18, he signed several contracts and began serving in the United States Armed Forces. Over the next 3 years, he built a solid military career. Throughout this time, he maintained regular contact with Kristen, keeping in touch and corresponding frequently. At the age of 21, Colby abruptly enlisted in the reserves, returned home, and proposed to his sweetheart, who happily accepted. They were married in April 2014. The newlywed couple settled in a small town in Kansas, where Colby finished college and pursued a music career, albeit without much success. He performed at small parties and local events, playing cover versions of popular hits. They had 2 dogs that they adored, and many considered their marriage to be quite happy. However, after many years of marriage, a terrible tragedy occurred. On a gloomy Halloween night, October 31st, 2019, around 4 a.m., an emergency call was placed to the police department. The caller, a man named Colby Trickle, reported that his wife, Kristen, had shot herself in the head with a revolver in their home. Paramedics and a nearby police cruiser were quickly dispatched to the scene. At the front door, Colby greeted the officers and allowed them inside, but he himself remained outside. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Colby remained calm. When the officers entered the bedroom, they found Kristen lying on the bed in a pool of her own blood. She had been shot with a large revolver lying on her stomach. Although she appeared to be dead, she surprisingly moved her arms, and an officer found a weak pulse and detected breathing. She was then moved to the next room and placed correctly on the floor for resuscitation efforts. However, despite these efforts, she was dead by the time the ambulance arrived, and the medical team could only confirm her death. Sergeant Brandon Hotman informed Colby that his wife had passed away. Colby repeatedly asked the officer to confirm this information. When he received confirmation, Colby began to cry. However, Colby's behavior and tears did not seem genuine, as just minutes before Brandon arrived, Colby was happily chatting with other patrolmen about video games. At first glance, it seemed that Kristen had ended her life voluntarily. However, when examining the scene, experienced detectives suspected foul play. It was Halloween night, and she seemed to have been actively preparing for the celebration. In the bedroom, on the dressing table, there were homemade costume decorations, and in the kitchen, there were children's themed foods such as lollipops and ghost-shaped gummy bears. Her death was unusual and unlike the typical manner in which a woman might pass away. First, she was found almost naked, wearing only underwear. Women often want to look beautiful even after death and worry about how they will be discovered. Second, shooting herself in the head was not a common practice for women, again due to concerns about disfiguring their bodies. Kristen's face was so badly damaged that she had to be buried in a sealed coffin. The strangest and most telling thing was that the pistol was too large and bulky for her small and fragile body. She would have had difficulty holding it. Furthermore, the position of the gun on her stomach and to the side confused the police. After realizing what had happened, Colby considered putting the gun to his head. However, he ultimately abandoned the idea and decided to call emergency services, hoping to save his loved one. While law enforcement continued to work at the scene, her cell phone lying on the nightstand suddenly went off. Kristen apparently planned and prepared for the morning, but then changed her mind and decided to end her life that night. This raised suspicions, and detectives believed that this may have been a well-orchestrated case. Colby, considered to be the prime suspect, would soon be brought in for questioning. Colby's agreed to go to the police station to give a statement. He appeared upset but not broken, remaining calm and confident. He explained that his wife, Kristen, had returned from her management job at Walmart that evening, where she was hoping to be promoted to senior manager. After that, they had been playing video games together. Colby then went to bed early because he was feeling unwell, while Kristen went into the kitchen to clean and prepare holiday sweets. In the middle of the night, Colby was awakened by a sudden loud bang. For a few seconds, he was disoriented, his ears ringing, and he could not see anything in the darkness. When he turned on the light, he saw his wife lying motionless next to him, bleeding from her head. He tried to resuscitate her but realized it was futile. He then held the pistol first to his head. But then changed his mind. He decided to place the gun on his wife's stomach and eventually called emergency services and went outside to meet the police. His actions and behavior raised many questions. For example, why did he place the weapon on his wife's stomach instead of throwing it on the floor, the bed, or leaving it on the nightstand? It is also unclear why he waited outside for the police and paramedics if he thought his wife could still be saved. Normally, In such an emergency situation, people would try to perform first aid or apply pressure to the wound to stop the bleeding. When the police arrived, he did not approach his wife, claiming that he was in shock. While a police officer was trying to perform first aid before the paramedics arrived, Colby did not appear concerned or ask about the situation. Instead, he casually chatted outside with a patrol officer about music and video games. When he learned that Kristen had died, he tried to calm down after shedding a few tears. At the police station, Colby was asked if Kristen had life insurance. He replied that she did not, but added that he was entitled to some small payments from the armed forces, where he had served. Colby then began to brag about his accomplishments, that he had served in intelligence and participated in special operations around the world. His explanation sounded convincing, but almost everything he said turned out to be inaccurate. When asked why his wife might have committed such a desperate act, he explained that she had suffered from symptoms of depression since childhood. Colby's statement sounded convincing, and he spoke confidently and calmly. However, experienced investigators believed that he was lying and that he may have prepared what he would say. Nevertheless, they had no concrete evidence to charge him at the time, so Colby was released. When Kristen's relatives were informed of her tragic death, they quickly traveled to Hayes, 500 miles from where they lived, to meet with the police and make funeral arrangements. They were unanimous in denying that she had taken her own life, citing her deep religious beliefs, regular church attendance, and the belief that such an act was sinful. According to her family, Kristen was an optimistic, life-loving person with ambitious plans for the future. She wanted to open a shelter for homeless animals and had been looking for an available property with a large plot of land that she planned to lease long-term for this purpose. Detectives also confirmed that she had been in negotiations to lease the property. She was expecting a promotion at work and was proud of her position. She was also preparing costumes and candy for Halloween and had promised to visit her sister on her birthday in mid-November. Her relatives insisted that she had never suffered from depression and had no mental disorders or harmful habits. Another important point they stressed was that she would never abandon her dogs. In their discussions with the police, her aunt and uncle suggested that Colby may have treated his wife in a cold, staged manner to make it appear that she had voluntarily left this world. They described her husband as a cruel, domineering man who tried to control every aspect of her interactions, throwing tantrums if Kristen did not return his calls or texts immediately. Her husband had forced her not to talk to her family and to call them in secret, without telling him. Family visits were rare. On her last visit, she told her husband that she could no longer stand the treatment and that if things did not improve, they would have to divorce. The results of the forensic examination and the expert opinions after interviews with Colby and Kristen's family led detectives to believe that the forensic report would be crucial in the case. The forensic report found only one gunshot wound to the chin. The bullet was fired while she was lying on her back, with the barrel of the gun pressed against her head. It is possible that she inflicted the wound herself, although it is highly unlikely that she did so. There were no signs of struggle or resistance on Kristen's body. However, after learning from relatives that Colby had been violent and controlling, detectives requested a further examination for any signs of bruising, abrasions, scratches, or other injuries in various stages of healing. They hypothesized that if he occasionally abused his wife, there would be signs of it. However, the investigation was disappointing because no injuries were found on her, except for the gunshot wound. During the investigation, the authorities studied Colby thoroughly, including his personality. Through this, they discovered that Colby was a pathological liar. He had a habit of lying frequently and very convincingly, to the point that he seemed to believe his own lies. Colby provided false information about his musical achievements and income to those around him, even though he was not involved in intelligence activities or any hotspots, and convinced everyone during the interrogation that he was telling the truth. Kristen, a hard worker, had been the main economic pillar for the family for many years. In contrast, Colby only had income from occasional performances during the holidays, and the rest of his time was spent playing video games. Although Colby had real talent, he lacked perseverance and patience and was hindered by his own laziness. Police conducted a search of Kristen's phone apps and found a wealth of information. They found a phone calendar filled with everything from haircuts to meetings with a real estate agent. Also, Colby's text messages showed that he had openly flirted with another woman and exchanged messages while at the police station. On the laptop in the living room, a search history from before the incident was recovered, showing that Colby had searched for life insurance benefits in case of the death of a loved one. This was particularly important to the authorities. The check showed that Colby had lied, as he had purchased 2 insurance policies for his wife, with himself as the beneficiary if she died. The contracts included insurance for his wife, along with a standard life insurance policy. The amount involved was significant, contradicting his previous statements. He had even calculated exactly how much he would receive. Although the direct allegations from the victim's relatives were critical of Colby and suggested clear motives, the final decision still depended on the forensic expert's report. According to the documents, there were no signs of violence on the victim's body other than the gunshot wound, which suggested that the victim most likely ended her life voluntarily. The case was closed and archived. At that time, Colby had received compensation from 2 insurance policies related to his wife. Specifically, he received nearly $50,000 from one special insurance policy, and more than $100,000 from another life insurance policy. Once the money was deposited into the account, he purchased a lifelike doll from an online store. He also bought a new video game console, an electric guitar, and expensive musical equipment, and then spent the rest on clothing and entertainment, especially going to bars and restaurants almost every night. Colby was enjoying life, not saving money for himself, and believed that the matter was over since there was no evidence against him and, therefore, no potential charges. He lived happily for about 2 years until a significant event occurred in the summer of 2021. A new prosecutor was appointed. The detectives in charge of the Kristen Trickle case asked the new prosecutor for help. They wanted permission to reopen the investigation on the grounds that there was no doubt Colby had killed his wife. To prove Colby's guilt, the prosecutor presented strange and unusual evidence, including the recovery of the suspect's web browsing history and pointing to his clear actions and motives. After reviewing the relevant documents, the prosecutor decided to reopen the case, and Colby was arrested in July 2021. He was charged with first-degree manslaughter and willful obstruction of justice. While in custody, he remained calm and immediately contacted his attorneys, who began working on his defense. Colby's defense relied on the results of the medical examiner's examination, which revealed that Kristen had suffered from chronic depression for many years and that her tragic death was only a matter of time. During the trial, the attorneys attempted to portray their client as a loving husband, a brave soldier, and a person of good faith. However, without the results of the psychological autopsy, the investigation could have been crippled because it relied too heavily on the same medical findings. To help clarify the case and the investigation, the prosecution took a new step by bringing in experienced psychologists. They conducted a psychological analysis of the victim and investigated her emotional state immediately before the incident. This method is called a psychological autopsy or psychological exhumation. Psychiatrists conducted a comprehensive assessment of Kristen's situation, including analyzing data from her phone, social media posts, recent photographs, and interviews with relatives, friends, and colleagues. Although the process of collecting and analyzing this information took months, the experts' conclusion was clear that Kristen did not intend to end her life, as she still had both short-term and long-term plans. Legal proceedings related to this complex case were not initiated until September 2023, nearly 4 years after the incident. The defendant had clear motives, behaved suspiciously, and repeatedly lied during interrogation, but the initial conclusions of forensic experts were favorable to him. However, the prosecution now had another report that could potentially change the outcome of the case. When asked about the insurance claim web queries on his computer, Colby said it was possible his wife had filed a claim to get paid. However, the timing of the claim contradicts his statement, as his wife was confirmed to be at work at the time. The store's surveillance cameras proved it. When asked about the life-size doll he had purchased even before burying his late wife, along with other expenses, he said that he could not sleep alone and needed someone to be with him. He explained that he had purchased several other items, such as a console and a guitar, to help ease the sadness of losing his wife. The defendant's mother corroborated her son's testimony, vigorously defending him throughout the trial. The psychologist's conclusions about the victim's emotional state were crucial. This detailed assessment took time, but the results confirmed that Kristen did not intend to finish off herself. Important details regarding the angle of the bullet were presented in the autopsy report. In court, the jury was shown the weapon used and the angle at which the bullet struck the victim's chin. Although Kristen was right-handed, the injury suggested that she had either fired with her left hand or that a third person had held a gun to her head while she was asleep and fired. On November 20, 2023, the jury unanimously found Colby guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 50 years. He has always denied his guilt, but all of his appeals have been denied. Notably, in this case, amendments to the medical report regarding the cause of death were never made. Welcome back, detectives. Let's dive into another horrible case. The case of Nicholas Wilcox. Nicholas was born on January 15, 1978 at Day Kimball Hospital in Putnam, Connecticut. Nicholas's grandfather was a boat builder, and his father devoted his life to the construction industry. After graduating in 1996, Nicholas joined the family business and became a roofer. Together with his brother Donald, he worked as a contractor and built up their own client base. At the age of 23, Nicholas got married. He and his wife Kathy, a former classmate, tied the knot. A year later, they had a daughter, and 3 years later, they had twins. During these years, Nicholas worked hard to provide a comfortable life for his family. Nicholas's family and friends say that despite his busy work schedule, he was a thoughtful and caring boyfriend and father. However, he spent too much time working, which eventually led to the breakup of the family. The divorce occurred shortly after the birth of their young children. Nevertheless, he continued to maintain communication with them and support the family. In early 2017, Nicholas sought new opportunities and moved to Florida. This new location promised better jobs and a significant increase in the number of customers and allowing for work almost all year round. Moreover, the state's warm and sunny weather created excellent conditions not only for living but also for business development. In coastal areas often affected by severe storms, so Nicholas's profession became very necessary. After each bad weather event, many houses were damaged and needed repairs and reinforcement. After returning to Connecticut to raise his family, Nicholas returned to Florida. He initially lived in an apartment in Fort Lauderdale but later moved to the suburbs to reduce housing costs. There, he lived in a duplex with his neighbors, Isabella Tagliarini and Eric Robinson. The hurricane season had begun, and Nicholas was struggling with many daily orders. At that time, a hurricane was approaching the area where he lived and worked. The storm had grown into a powerful Category 5 Atlantic tropical storm, with winds of about 177 miles per hour. An emergency warning was issued before the dangerous weather event occurred, and about 7 million people were evacuated from coastal areas. Nicholas spent all his time preparing buildings, reinforcing homes, boarding up windows and doors, and then helping to clean up the damage caused by the natural disaster. All of these tasks were his primary duties, so he was paid to perform them. However, he often helps others without taking any credit. In an interview, Nicholas's brother admitted that Nicholas never refused to help others. In September 2017, as Florida braced for a devastating hurricane, Nicholas was busy making plywood windows. Supply shortages had created long lines at stores. In one of those lines, a woman named Pamela approached Nicholas and told him she didn't have enough materials to reinforce her house. After hearing this, Nicholas was committed to solving the problem. That same evening, he brought her the 7 missing plywood panels and installed them in all the doors and windows of her house, refusing to accept payment, even though he had spent the entire day searching for the necessary materials. Nicholas was deeply moved by Pamela's plight. She was alone with her children and needed outside help. In response, Pamela thanked him. The storm caused a lot of devastation, leaving Nicholas with a lot of long-term work to do. So he decided to hire his next-door neighbor, a woman named Isabella, as his assistant. Her duties included cleaning up after projects and setting up tools for the job. As they spent more time together, their friendship blossomed into a romantic relationship. On September 3rd, they made a special vow, which was written in blood on paper, resembling a form of engagement and a promise to live a long and happy life with many children. Although they loved each other dearly, their relationship could not be considered perfect. Almost immediately, small problems and disagreements began to arise. On September 22nd, they had a serious argument, which forced Isabella to leave the house and spend the night in a hotel. However, by the next morning, they had resolved their disagreement and reconciled. Isabella expressed that she felt a lack of attention and respect from Nicholas, while Nicholas believed that Isabella had exaggerated the problems. On October 5, 2017, on the riverbank in the suburbs of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, USA, a horrific incident occurred. Law enforcement officers discovered the body of a man wrapped in a tarp and tightly bound with a belt on both sides. The body was found at the bottom of a trash bin behind a local supermarket. The autopsy results revealed that the victim had suffered multiple severe blows and stab wounds. Apparently, the man had been severely beaten for an extended period. As a result, his jaw and teeth were broken, with some fragments having penetrated his respiratory tract. Most of the bones in his face and head were fractured. There were 6 blunt force injuries on his skull. In addition, he had 6 stab wounds in his neck, 7 in his throat, and several in his upper chest. The injuries on the victim's body were so severe that some areas of flesh had been cut away. The medical examiner determined the cause of death to be blunt force trauma to the head, substantial blood loss, and asphyxiation. The victim was identified as Nicholas Wilcox, 39, from Putnam, Connecticut, and this was confirmed by his brother. Several people have come under suspicion in the investigation into Nicholas' death, including his girlfriend, Isabella Tagliarini, and her ex-boyfriend, Eric Robinson. Both were Nicholas' neighbors in the duplex apartment where he had moved. The house was designed for 2 families, with separate living spaces, each with its own yard and entrance, a common type of property in Florida. Eric, the first tenant, sublet the vacant units, and Isabella, 38, was the first person he invited. She was from Brazil, where she worked as a flight attendant for a national airline. In 2010, she divorced and immigrated to the United States with her children. She successfully married an American, which helped her obtain her dream green card. However, that marriage lasted only until 2016, as their feelings gradually faded, leading to their separation. That same year, she began dating Eric. Her new partner was from a small town in Massachusetts, had never been married, and had no children. Their romantic relationship developed quickly, although it was occasionally tumultuous. Isabella and Eric led a passionate but complicated relationship. However, Eric often changed the way he expressed his feelings, sometimes cheerful and friendly, but at other times dark and aggressive. Due to this erratic behavior, they broke up and reconciled many times. In June 2017, shortly before Nicholas moved in, they had separated again. Nicholas had known the couple for about 6 months and maintained contact with them. When he mentioned wanting to save on rent, Eric offered him to move in and share the expenses. Initially, the three people had a wonderful relationship. They respected each other's personal space yet often spent time together. However, over time, problems began to arise. It turned out that Eric was using and possessing illegal substances, which explained his erratic behavior and mood swings. On August 23, 2017, Eric was arrested for possession and use of a controlled substance. He had reconciled with Isabella shortly before and was actually in a relationship with her at the time of his arrest. At the time, Nicholas was living with them under the same roof. After Eric was arrested, Nicholas and Isabella had no idea when he would be released or what their future would hold. They could be evicted at any moment, so they threw themselves into jobs to provide a steady source of income. Luckily for Nicholas, there were plenty of jobs, but not for Isabella. She struggled to find suitable work, so she started helping her neighbor in the construction industry. On October 5, 2017, a man called the local police. In the call, he introduced himself as Isabella's ex-boyfriend and asked the police to contact her, as she had information about a recent case. Although the call lacked specific details, the police immediately responded and called Isabella. From the way she spoke, it was clear that she was in a state of agitation. When asked by the police what had happened, she replied that everything was fine. The only thing that was worrying her at the time was an argument with her lover. She explained that he had left her and gone in an unknown direction. However, when the police mentioned the call from her ex-boyfriend, her tone immediately changed. She began to cry and confessed that her lover was not going anywhere, he was dead. She also added that she knew where the body was and was willing to show it to the police. Law enforcement arrived at the house to which Isabella had provided an address. The house had boarded up windows and doors, apparently in preparation for an upcoming storm. Inside, there was a strong smell of cleaning products and paint, indicating that the place had been recently cleaned. In one of the bedrooms, detectives noticed that the walls and floors had been hastily and roughly painted. This might have been done to hide something rather than for routine renovations. Their suspicions were confirmed when they discovered hydrogen peroxide containers and small bloodstains on the bedding and nightstands. It was clear that someone had replaced the old mattress and tried to clean the area, but the blood was still evident everywhere. Police suspected that this was the scene of a violent crime that Isabella had attempted to clean up but was too late to fully erase. During the conversation, she explained that she had been under the influence of sedatives during the phone call, which accounted for her unusual behavior. The mentally unstable woman was taken to the police station. At this point, the police contacted her ex-boyfriend, who provided some information about the incident. According to him, she had called him and told him about the case. According to her first testimony, around 2 a.m. on October 5th, a man had come to the duplex, then found Nicholas and her sleeping. He became angry when he saw Nicholas in the bedroom. He woke Isabella by holding a knife to her neck to prevent her from screaming. At that time, she saw Nicholas lying next to her, apparently having difficulty breathing. However, masked man would not let her see any further and pushed her out of the room. Masked man then used brass knuckles and a baseball bat to beat the defenseless Nicholas. After the beating, masked man wrapped the body in a tarp and secured it with a belt. Under threat from masked man, she helped him dispose of the body. Detectives did not understand why Isabella called her ex-boyfriend instead of calling the police. Isabella explained that she felt confused and needed support and advice. According to her, the criminal had asked her to clean up and erase all traces. The criminal then returned the phone he had taken earlier and left. Isabella's confession raised suspicions and needed to be re-examined. In addition, injuries such as bruises and scratches on Isabella's body, which she claimed were caused by masked man after Nicholas' death, were also noted. Officers began their investigation by searching for Eric. They located his hiding place. Medical examiners and forensic pathologists were also present at the scene to conduct necessary investigations. He was released from prison on October 3rd and is currently living at a different address. During this time, he met and began living with a new woman named Merida. On the night of October 5th, Merida stated that her boyfriend received a phone call and immediately left. He returned home around 5 a.m., quickly packed his belongings, and left without explaining why. When asked if she noticed any blood on her boyfriend's clothing, Merida said she did not see anything suspicious. Eric was found around 8 p.m., 4 miles from the home. He refused to cooperate with the investigation and was subsequently detained for further questioning. During the interrogation, Eric provided an account that differed from Isabella's version of events. According to Eric, Isabella contacted him on the night of October 5th, even though she had been forbidden from contacting him immediately after his arrest. Eric also claimed that Isabella admitted to him that she had attacked Nicholas while under the influence of drugs, leading to Nicholas's death. After regaining consciousness, Isabella realized she could not solve the problem on her own and asked for help. In return, Isabella promised Eric that they would get back together and restart their relationship. Because Eric still had strong feelings for her, he agreed to these terms. The investigation revealed that Isabella is not as innocent as previously believed. In fact, she has come to the attention of police on several occasions in the past. On September 22nd, Nicholas and Isabella had a heated argument that extended beyond their room. Under the influence of Xanax and other drugs, Isabella became upset and destroyed some of Nicholas's belongings. Worse, she also damaged Nicholas's car. As a result, Nicholas felt compelled to contact the police regarding this incident. Isabella had an explosive personality and a hot temper, which made Nicholas fear for his life. However, they reconciled the next morning, and Nicholas withdrew the complaint. Investigators then spoke with Eric, who described Isabella as having an explosive personality and a hot temper. He also noted that Nicholas had warned her during their argument, threatening to contact immigration services if such incidents occurred again. Nicholas warned her that he would make a damaging remark that could severely affect her future. For Isabella, the opportunity to live in the United States was extremely important, so the fear of deportation was terrifying. It is possible that during another argument, Isabella might react violently and feel threatened. Her desire to remain in the United States may have motivated the crime. Detectives did not want to rely solely on existing statements. So they began interviewing people close to those involved. A key witness was Nicholas and Isabella's neighbor. The neighbor's window overlooked the courtyard of the duplex. Neighbors testified that they saw Eric arrive in his car on the night of the incident. Eric then took some tools and trash bags before driving away. The investigation into the case against Isabella yielded substantial evidence. She was summoned for questioning again on October 11th. At that time, she had not been arrested and had voluntarily come to the police station. Based on video surveillance footage, detectives determined that on that fateful night, she personally transported Nicholas's body and disposed of it in the trash. Throughout the process, she acted calmly and methodically, showing no signs of fear or agitation. She met Eric that night but remained relaxed and friendly. During further questioning, Isabella's story changed. Isabella claimed that Eric had threatened to kill her and her children, saying that she was forced to kill Nicholas. However, investigators remained cautious in their conclusions. They found the histories of both Eric and Isabella suspicious. Eric had a troubled past with the law, having come to the attention of the police in 2001 primarily for drug possession and distribution. At the same time, Isabella had many reasons to be concerned about him. In August 2016, he committed aggravated assault against a woman. In June 2017, he was arrested for strangulation and for drug possession that same year. Neighbors reported that they feared him and tried to stay away due to his aggressive and unstable behavior. The next interview with Isabella took place on October 14th. Although she claimed not to have touched Nicholas, experts found traces of her DNA on the man's body, which contradicted her testimony. According to the investigation, Isabella was involved in the violence against Nicholas, at least in the handling of the body and the destruction of evidence. However, no evidence was found to establish any specific crime. During the investigation, Isabella was briefly detained before being released and awaiting trial. People were eagerly anticipating the trial's commencement. However, due to various obstacles and delays, the trial did not take place until 5 years later. During the time, the prosecution clearly formulated its evidence and tactics, while the defense carefully reviewed all the gathered information. In addition, another important piece of evidence was discovered. The prosecution recovered Eric's deleted social media account, which he had used to discuss the crime against Nicholas. During these years, Isabella pleaded guilty to the prosecution, admitting to a lesser crime in exchange for a lighter sentence. She agreed to testify against Eric. On April 10, 2023, the trial of Eric finally took place. The prosecution argued that Eric was solely responsible for the crime against Nicholas. Isabella's role was not considered that of an accomplice but rather as a witness who had tampered with evidence and helped erase evidence, which is also punishable by criminal penalties. During the trial, Eric was charged with attempted murder. Despite Torini's testimony being contradictory and inconsistent, her lawyer maintained her innocence. During the proceedings, the prosecution focused on witness testimony describing Eric's unusual behavior on the night of the murder. To avoid being monitored via GPS, Eric used his new girlfriend's car, which did not have a satellite tracking system, and he also left his cell phone at home. Other details have emerged in this case. After the incident, Isabella and Eric had a private meeting in which Isabella explained that she was under the influence of a powerful sedative and feared for her life. After reviewing the evidence, it became clear that jealousy led to Nicholas's brutal and senseless murder. Although Isabella claimed she had ended the relationship, Eric still considered her his girlfriend. After his release, the defendant returned home, but the changes that had occurred during that time had made him even angrier and more hateful. During this period, he plotted revenge against his rival. He carried out a cold-blooded attack when the couple was most vulnerable while they were sleeping. His first attack resulted in the death of Nicholas. He then attempted to destroy the evidence by scattering it in various locations. The murder weapon was found in a dumpster, and Nicholas's body was wrapped in a tarp and hidden in a trash can. Isabella then painted over the blood splattered on the wall and cleaned up the area. Throughout these actions, Eric was in contact with Isabella and directed her actions. Ultimately, Eric, 51, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for second-degree murder. Isabella was convicted of assisting a criminal, but threats and coercion were considered mitigating factors, so she received a suspended sentence until 2026. It is noteworthy that Isabella was willing to do anything to obtain U.S. citizenship. It was revealed that 10 days after Eric was detained, he and Isabella signed another pledge in which Eric promised to marry Isabella. But he did not fulfill that promise. She is preparing to marry him right after he resolves his relationship with her ex. It seems that she does not care much about whom she marries, as long as she can maintain her U.S. citizenship. Isabella's main purpose in having relationships with men is to use them for her own benefit. In many ways, these men are all predisposed to marry. It is clear that U.S. citizenship is her top concern, even if it comes at a high price. Hello friends, welcome to our channel. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Leanne Tiernan. Leanne Tiernan, born on September 27, 1984, is the daughter of Michael Tiernan and Sharon Hawkhead from Bramley. Her parents divorced early, but Leanne maintains a good relationship with her father. She and her sister, Michelle, live with their mother in Leeds, while their father remains a significant part of their lives. Leanne also enjoys spending time with her grandparents. She walks them to church every Sunday morning. Leanne also loves chocolate so much that an uncle has nicknamed her Chocolate Chip Niece. Leanne, a cheerful teenage student at West Leeds High School, is working hard toward her GCSEs. After studying diligently for her exams, Leanne decides to have a day out with her 15-year-old best friend, Sarah Whitehouse. Sunday, November 26, 2000, starts out bright and sunny. After church with her grandmother, she returned home and prepared to go shopping with Sarah. Leanne wore a black and white striped sweater, black trousers, and high black boots. She also wore a blue jacket. Her hair was tied in a French twist, which her mother loved, and she set off to meet Sarah. The two took the bus to Leeds city centre. After shopping, they took the bus back home to Bramley. At around 4:50 p.m., they got off the bus and walked a short distance to Sarah's house before parting ways. Sarah saw Leanne walking towards Howley Gill. It was a deserted, unlit path in the woods, a shortcut that Leanne's mother had forbidden her to take at night. However, since it was still light, Leanne felt safe on this public path. It was only a 20-minute walk home. When Sarah called Leanne's house at 5:20 p.m. to talk, she was surprised to find that Leanne had not yet returned home. Sharon immediately called Leanne's cell phone to look for her, but there was no response. Sharon continued to call several times, but the phone only rang a few times before going dead. Finally, at 7 p.m. that evening, Sharon called the local police station to report her daughter missing. That same night, the family went to the local church to get flashlights to search the area. In the early morning, Leanne's was looked for, but there was no answer and no sign of her. West Yorkshire Police, led by Inspector Chris Gregg, launched an intensive search for her. It was a daunting task, with the area home to more than 700 houses, vacant lots, woodlands, canals, drains, and wells, many potential hiding places for the teenager. Despite the difficulties, the police were determined to find a way to bring Leanne home safely. Helicopters patrolled overhead while uniformed officers and sniffer dogs searched every nook and cranny of the streets. Litter collection was temporarily suspended to ensure that no evidence was lost. However, after a week, there was still no trace of Leanne. Investigators retraced Leanne's last steps. They were assisted by Leanne's 19-year-old sister, Michelle, and her best friend, Sarah. Michelle wore the clothes Leanne had been wearing and followed the route her sister had taken when she missing. "We tried our best, but we hoped that she had run away and that nothing bad had happened," Michelle later said. When the story was broadcast on TV, several witnesses contacted investigators to say they had seen a man walking a black and tan dog in the Howley Gill area just an hour before Leanne got off the bus to go home. Investigators sketched out a general description of the man, about 5 feet 1 inch tall, with a stocky build and a round face that may have been scarred. He was seen wearing a 3/4-length waterproof jacket and dirty jeans, along with a black beanie. Police quickly alerted the public and received numerous calls. All of the dog owners became suspects. Ultimately, 70 dog owners were identified, but all were ruled out as suspects. The case has gone cold as there is little new information to go on. However, the public continues to support Leanne Tiernan's family and is doing everything it can to keep her story in the spotlight. Sean Clark, a father of 3 from Leeds, heard about the case and offered a £10,000 reward for information leading to Leanne being found safe. Iceland Foods, a supermarket chain, has printed Leanne's picture and details on milk cartons sold in stores across the country. Flyers and signs featuring Leanne in her uniform and the words, "Have you seen me?" have appeared in towns and cities. The police have received some information and have been able to confirm sightings of Leanne in areas as far afield as Doncaster and Blackpool, but all the information and reports of sightings have not brought them any closer to finding her. Leanne's parents have been in the media, making desperate appeals for the public to help find their daughter. It has been a very dark Christmas for Leanne's family and loved ones. Leanne's father left Christmas presents under the tree for his missing daughter, and AW's Life CD that Michelle had bought for Leanne has remained unopened. Months have passed since they began searching for her. They have sometimes felt depressed, fearing that she had been kidnapped and would never return. But Michelle said, "We couldn't believe it. Every day, when we didn't hear from her, we would ask ourselves, is she coming home today?" In the end, more than 2,000 homes, sheds, and outbuildings along the route they believe Leanne took on her way home from the shopping trip were searched. A detective explained, "We had to establish the route she might have taken. We called it the Red Route." Police took DNA samples from more than 140 men in the area and carried out searches at various locations across Leeds. However, they found no trace of the young woman. Her family and friends remained hopeful that she would return safely. On August 20, 2001, 9 months after Leanne went missing, police found a body in Woodland in North Yorkshire. This ended any hope that Leanne alive. Police called the family to inform them of the discovery. On the day Leanne's classmates returned to school to collect their GCSE results, Mark Bisson was walking his 2 dogs in Lindley Woods, a densely wooded area just inside the North Yorkshire county border. He came across what looked like a pile of rubbish, but it turned out to be a floral quilt. He loosened the string holding the quilt together and found what looked like a body wrapped in bin bags. Police arrived at the scene and completely removed the blanket and 9 thick green garbage bags, revealing a clothed body. The victim's hands were tied behind her back with 3 yellow cable ties, and a leather dog collar was tightly secured around her neck. Investigators pulled the black garbage bag off her head to reveal the decomposing face of a young woman. At the time of her discovery, authorities were unable to determine the exact cause of death, but there was a suggestion that strangulation may have been the cause. This was not the first time a body had been found at the site. In 1992, the body of Yvonne Fitt was discovered in the same area, and the killer was never caught. Detectives hope this case will not end in the same way. Fingerprints identified the body as that of Leanne Tiernan. An autopsy revealed that she had been strangled with a plastic cable, resulting in her death. The disappearance has been classified as a murder. Authorities believe that the perpetrator is a local people. First, Leanne's body was found 16 miles from where she was last seen. Additionally, the yellow cable used to bind her hands came from the British postal system, specifically used by Royal Mail or Parcel Force. Finally, the green bin bags in which Leanne was wrapped came from Morrison's, a large grocery chain, with 2 stores in the area. DNA samples were collected from people involved, such as family members, friends, and known sex offenders in the area, in an attempt to match DNA. On September 28, the day after Leanne's 17th birthday, she was buried at Sanford Methodist Church in Bramley, Leeds. The church where Leanne was baptized was filled with hundreds of people paying their respects. Many spilled out onto the streets to honor her memory and share stories of Leanne's life and optimism. All attendees were dressed in brightly colored clothing. Leanne's mother, sister, and close friends, along with others, carried a white coffin into the church. A wreath bearing the words, "Night Night Baby," and the Guns N' Roses song, "November Rain," were featured at the service. The congregation sang her favorite hymns, including "Give Me Oil in My Lamp" and "Ye Shall Go Out with Joy." Inspector Chris Craig was among those who attended Leanne's funeral. When he saw Leanne's coffin being brought to Hilltop Cemetery, where she was laid to rest, his determination to find her killers and bring them to justice grew stronger than ever. After conducting tests on a sample of the victim's heart tissue, the medical examiner concluded that the victim had been murdered on the day of her abduction and that the body had been refrigerated for months. Several weeks before the victim was found, the killer attempted to dispose of the body by dumping it in a public dumpster, covered with a blanket. The killer likely hoped the body would end up in a landfill, but that did not work. Worse still, the killer hid the body so well that it made it extremely difficult to collect forensic and DNA evidence. Law enforcement hoped to make a quick breakthrough in identifying the killer. However, that hope was dashed when the results showed that no DNA from the killer was found on Leanne. They decided to investigate the items found with her. Investigators discovered dog hair on Leanne's clothing, leading them to believe they could profile the pet's DNA and from there, identify the killer. The hairs were sent to a university in Texas, which had developed a technique for profiling pet DNA. However, the university was only able to identify a partial DNA profile of the dog. This was the first time a dog's DNA profile had been collected in a case in the UK, but there was no dog to compare it to, so the results were not used. The scarf found around Leanne's neck, which contained her hair, was a vital clue. Investigators tested the hairs for DNA and created a DNA profile. They then focused on the dog collar that had been used to wrap the bin liner around the victim's neck. The collar was manufactured by Armitage Leather Products in Nottingham. If the killer had purchased the collar from this company, investigators hoped to establish the name or address of the suspect. The company had reported that it had sold its products to 220 different wholesalers across the UK and had provided sales receipts to the police. Investigators began contacting each company to see if they had any records of sales to the Leeds area of West Yorkshire. They gained a lot of useful information from this investigation. Pet Pajamas, a mail order. Her company, based in Liverpool, had sold 3 leather collars and leashes from Armitage. Information about these 3 customers was passed on to investigators and began looking into their backgrounds. One of these customers quickly became a suspect. His name was John Taylor, and he lived in Bramley, just about 3/4 of a mile from where Leanne missing. This suspect had been mentioned earlier in the investigation. When Leanne's body was discovered, witnesses claimed that he had been in the woods with his dog. However, when questioned, he claimed that his dog had died before Leanne was murdered. Did John kill his pet to destroy evidence? Investigators wanted to know more about John. When asked how often he had been to the area where Leanne had missing, he claimed it was not a place he had ever visited and stated that he certainly did not go there with a dog. On the outside, John appeared to be a normal man. He was a 45-year-old parcel delivery driver working for Parcel Force, a division of the Royal Mail. His only previous conviction was for stealing a suit of clothes when he was 15. John was married and had 2 children, a son born in 1981 and a daughter born in 1983. The couple divorced in 1996. John lived alone in a terraced house on Cockshot Road in Bramley, Leeds. However, there were concerns that he enjoyed torturing the animals he hunted. His neighbors thought he was a normal person, but they had witnessed him catching and torturing rabbits, as well as stabbing a fox several times during his poaching trips. He also seemed to enjoy killing pheasants. After moving to his new home on Cockshot Road in 1982, John began keeping and breeding dogs and ferrets. His wife at the time, Janet, was usually proud of their home, but the stench from the animal feces gradually affected their marriage. She tolerated the situation until one day when he brought home 2 large owls to raise in the house. The owls lived on a diet of newly hatched chicks, which he had bought by the thousands and stored in a large freezer on the property. Janet eventually decided to file for divorce. After that, John traveled across the country, but not for work. Instead, he sought women and often engaged in sexual encounters. He also used Lonely Hearts ads. Through John's phone records, investigators began to track down women to interview. Most described him as harmless, but some admitted that they had called the police to report him as a suspect after Leanne's body was discovered and revealed details about her murder. 2 women painted a picture of a man with violent tendencies. One woman mentioned that he had asked to have sex with her daughter. An ex-girlfriend broke up with John due to his interest in bondage. He would tie her hands with rope and cover her face with a scarf. When the investigator asked her to describe how John bound her, she said he used a bundle of ropes that he kept in a drawer next to her bed. Specifically, he placed a plastic rope around each of her wrists and then used a 3rd rope to tie both of her hands behind her back. This method was similar to how Leanne was found, and this information has never been made public. Police arrested and questioned John. They took a DNA sample from him and searched his home and personal property. Police quickly cordoned off John's home on Cockshot Road, erected a 7-foot wall, and conducted a thorough search of the property. In the backyard, they found a hedge, a plum tree, and a poplar. Pollen patterns consistent with these plants were found on Leanne's hair, skin, and nasal passages, indicating that she had been there before she was murdered. When they dug up the garden, they discovered the remains of several animals, including 28 ferrets in a mass grave and the skeletons of 4 dogs. One of the dogs, which was brown and black, appeared to have suffered head trauma. It is possible that John killed the dog to cover up his involvement. When police learned that a man with a dog was being sued, hairs from the terrier were tested and matched those found on Leanne's body. Inside the house, the carpet had been removed. However, upon closer inspection, investigators found some pink carpet fibers caught in nails on the floor. These fibers matched exactly those found on Leanne's body. They also discovered Leanne's blood on the floor. The green bin bag that was tied around Leanne's body was manufactured in Devon. The manufacturer informed investigators that they had only produced a small quantity of this type of rope, which was used to make rabbit nets. The rope found at John's home matched the rope used on Leanne's body. In addition, a large quantity of distinctive yellow zip ties, manufactured by an Italian company for the Royal Mail, were found in his home. John, an employee of Parcel Force, a division of the Royal Mail, could have easily obtained these zip ties. Police also found a similar type of bin bag wrapped around a nail in John's kitchen. Furthermore, there were 3 RGE freezers on John's property. At first, John denied any involvement in knowing Leanne or having anything to do with her. However, when investigators presented all the evidence they had gathered, John eventually admitted that he had kidnapped Leanne but insisted that her death was an accident. According to John's testimony, after taking Leanne home, there was a struggle and Leanne fell, hitting her head and dying on the spot. However, no evidence supported the claim that Leanne fell. Additionally, John could not explain why Leanne was strangled or why her hands were tied with cables. Investigators have gained a better understanding of what happened to Leanne that night. Leanne was walking alone through the dark, unlit streets of Hollygill when John attacked her from behind. Although there were no direct witnesses, it was reported that someone heard a muffled scream. John covered her mouth and eyes with a scarf, wrapped her in a coat, and took her to his home, which took 22 minutes. There, he tied her hands behind her back and made her sit on a bench in the old kitchen. He strangled her with a cord and a scarf, then kept her body in the kitchen freezer for months. Before Leanne's body was discovered, his friends reported that a freezer in his kitchen was missing. Investigators believe that the freezer may have been damaged, prompting John to dispose of Leanne's body, a decision that ultimately led to his arrest. On February 15, 2002, John Taylor, 46, was convicted of Leanne's murder and kidnapping. He was sentenced to 2 life terms and must serve 20 years before he can be considered for parole. Investigators believe this was not John's first crime. The way he hid and disposed of the body was carefully planned, suggesting he had committed offenses before. After police identified John's DNA in a database, they linked him to 2 previous attacks. The first attack occurred on October 18, 1988, when John, wearing a mask and wielding a knife, attacked a 32-year-old woman. And as she walked past Hollygill to pick up her children from school. The second incident occurred on March 1, 1989, when John, wearing a mask and wielding a knife, broke into the home of a 21-year-old mother. He dragged her into a bedroom and attacked her, stripping, blindfolding, and gagging her before assaulting her, while her 18-month-old daughter cried in the next room. John received 2 additional sentences for these crimes. In the years that followed, police conducted a nationwide review of unsolved cases similar to Leanne's. In 2018, John admitted to a series of sexual offenses against 5 women between 1977 and 1996, highlighting the seriousness of his misconduct. In another incident, he held a pregnant woman at knife point and forced her to perform a sexual act on him in 1977, just before Christmas. John Taylor was sentenced to life in prison for assaulting and attacking a barmaid. He is currently serving his sentence at Wakefield Prison, a maximum security facility also known as Monster Mansion, which houses many dangerous criminals who have committed extremely serious crimes. John has been implicated in nearly 10 unsolved murders. Among them is the murder of Yvonne Fitt, a 33-year-old woman whose body was found in a shallow grave about 100 yards from where Leanne's body was dumped in 1992. Lindsay Reimer, a 13-year-old girl, also missing after leaving home to run an errand, and her body was found 5 months later in a canal, less than 20 miles from John's home in Bramley. Deborah Woods was found at Elite train station. She was discovered in a bin bag, wrapped in bedding after being stored in a cold storage room. Rebecca Hall, a prostitute, died in Bradford, along with several others. Questions remain about how many murders and attacks John may have committed and how long he may have evaded capture. That he has managed to avoid arrest for so long is concerning. Welcome back, detectives. Let's dive into another horrible case. The case of Mindy Morgenstern. Mindy Morgenstern was born on April 29, 1984, in Bogota, Colombia. She and her sister were adopted by Eunice and Larry Morgenstern, farmers from New Salem, North Dakota, USA. The couple already had a biological daughter named Rebecca, but they wanted a larger family. They adopted a boy named Michael and later a girl from Colombia named April. When they found out April had a younger sister, Mindy, they decided to adopt her as well. This completed their family of 4 children, with 3 being adopted. Mindy was the youngest. Growing up on the farm suited Mindy perfectly. She enjoyed horseback riding and playing basketball. She assisted her parents with farm work and was even skilled enough to drive a tractor. After high school, Mindy relocated to Valley City and became in college life. Her outgoing and cheerful personality helped her make friends quickly. She balanced her studies with a part-time job as a waitress at a local restaurant. Her future had looked promising, but now her plans and dreams were shattered. Mindy's friends, Tony Bowman and Danielle Holmstrom, became concerned when she failed to answer her cell phone and didn't return their calls on September 13, 2006. They decided to visit her apartment to check on her. Upon arrival, they noticed Mindy's car parked in the lot, and Tony went up to the second floor to knock on her door. When no one answered, Tony entered the unlocked apartment and found it dark in the house. After taking a few steps, she stumbled upon something on the floor. Turning on the light revealed the lifeless body of Mindy, with visible injuries on her neck. Tony was shocked and immediately ran outside to call Danielle, who was waiting in the car. The two of them re-entered the apartment, confused and trying to make sense of what they saw. Mindy's body showed signs of knife wounds on her neck, and an empty bottle of cleaning agent lay nearby. The strong smell of the cleaning agent filled the entire apartment. Danielle quickly called 911 to report the discovery of her friend's body. Hearing the noise, a neighbor living on the same floor decided to come check out what was happening. He walked up to Mindy, he checked for a pulse and, after a few moments, confirmed to Tony and Danielle that their friend was deceased. Soon after, the police arrived at Mindy's apartment and were immediately hit with the strong smell of cleaning agent. Upon entering, they found Mindy's body lying across the living room floor with a belt wrapped around her neck and a broken knife lodged in it. The handle of the knife was lying next to her. It was clear that the perpetrator had attempted to destroy evidence using the cleaning agent, but fortunately, some evidence remained. Forensic experts discovered skin particles under Mindy's left-hand fingernails, indicating that she had resisted and scratched her attacker. As investigators worked to determine the motive behind the attack, they quickly ruled out a robbery gone. Mindy's purse, phone, wallet, and cash were still clutched in her right hand, and her jewelry and other valuables were untouched. The scene suggested that Mindy had been attacked the moment she entered her apartment with a basket of clean laundry, which was found next to her body. There were no signs of forced entry on the front door. This suggests that the person who attacked Mindy may have known her, or they may have entered the apartment immediately after her. The following day, detectives faced the difficult task of informing Mindy's family of her passing. Her parents, brother, and sisters were devastated by the news. The family couldn't think of anyone who would want to harm Mindy, as she was well liked by everyone. Furthermore, none of her friends had any problems with the law. Tony and Danielle, friends of Mindy, told investigators that they were not the only people in the apartment. A neighbor from the same floor had entered Mindy's apartment after hearing their screams, checked her pulse, and confirmed that she was deceased. When questioned, the man claimed he had checked Mindy's pulse with the back of his hand to avoid leaving fingerprints on her wrist. Which investigators found suspicious. This man's name is Robert Lind, and he had several scratches on his hands, making him a suspect. The police took Robert to the station for questioning. However, after reviewing his background and discovering his history of run-ins with the law, the number of questions increased. The police asked about the scratches on his hands, which he claimed were work-related injuries, explaining that his job working with steel often resulted in such scratches. When questioned about his activities on the day of the incident, Robert reported being at work from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Robert's boss verified this information and added that employees working in the same industry as Robert often have scratches on their hands due to the nature of their work. Despite his alibi, investigators did not clear Robert as a suspect and requested he a DNA sample, which he agreed to provide. The sample was sent to the lab for comparison with DNA found under Mindy's fingernails. The police interviewed Mindy's friends but found no leads. Everyone reported that Mindy had no conflicts with anyone. While waiting for DNA results, investigators spoke with other neighbors, including Mo Gibbs, a corrections officer from the Barnes County Jail. Mo lived in the same building as Mindy and was familiar with the investigators, so they hoped he might have noticed something unusual. As a corrections officer, Mo was likely more observant than the average person. He was married with a stepchild and lived in the apartment next door to Mindy. When he came to the police station for questioning, he brought his child, so one of the police kept the child, while Mo answered questions. Mo reported serving in the Navy from 1990 to 1999. He was discharged after being convicted of assault, for which he served a prison sentence. Following his release, he had no further run-ins with the law. Before becoming a corrections officer, Mo worked as a college security guard. On the day before Mindy's death, Mo claimed to have worked a night shift. The next morning, he returned home and began loading boxes into his car in preparation for moving to a new apartment with his wife and stepdaughter. Mo stated that he didn't notice anything unusual, but he did notice a strong smell of cleaning agent. However, he didn't investigate the source of the smell due to being preoccupied with the move. Mo had scratches on his hands, which he attributed to injuring himself while carrying boxes. When questioned by police about whether he had ever been to Mindy's apartment, Mo replied that he had visited once to help Mindy carry a laundry basket. Investigators requested a DNA sample from Mo for comparison, and he agreed without hesitation. After providing the sample, he was allowed to leave. Investigators sought to speak with anyone who had a close relationship with Mindy. To do this, they visited the restaurant where she was employed and conducted interviews with her co-workers. During these conversations, they discovered that a particular individual had been making Mindy feel uneasy. This person, a regular at the restaurant, resided in a nearby trailer and frequently visited the establishment. His behavior was described as peculiar, and Mindy had expressed discomfort when he was around. The man in question was identified as Ralph. When questioned by the police, he denied any involvement in Mindy's death, claiming he had no knowledge of who she was. According to Ralph, he had never had any disputes with anyone at the restaurant. Although Ralph did not have an alibi, he willingly provided a DNA sample. The police then sent this sample to a laboratory for comparative analysis. Next, investigators spoke with Jordan Ram, Mindy's boyfriend of over a year. He and Mindy shared a similar background, both coming from local farming families, and had met at church. Jordan had a clean record and a good reputation in town. He appeared dedicated to Mindy, often taking her to his family's home to spend time together. However, Mindy's parents reported that Jordan would sometimes arrive unannounced at their farm, asking to see Mindy. They sensed he might be jealous, but didn't think he was capable of harming their daughter. Jordan went to the police station immediately after being asked to do so. He was cooperative and honest in his responses to the investigators' questions. According to Jordan, he had spent time with Mindy the day before her death, going shopping and visiting a video rental store together. The next day, Mindy called him at 10:45 a.m., which turned out to be the day of her death. What struck Jordan as unusual was that this was the only call they exchanged that day. Normally, Mindy would call him about 10 times a day, but on that day, there was only that one call, and when he tried to reach her later, she didn't answer. Jordan assumed she was busy and would call him back, but unfortunately, that never happened. Jordan also provided details about his activities at the time of Mindy's death, stating that he was working on his family's farm. The investigators requested a DNA sample and asked him to undergo a polygraph test, to which he agreed. However, During the polygraph test, Jordan was very nervous, so the test results were unclear. Despite this, the police released him, sent his DNA sample for analysis, and began verifying his alibi. Kyle Kia, Mindy's ex-boyfriend, who was also a potential suspect. They had broken up over a year before her death, but something unusual occurred after the breakup. Kyle met Mindy when she was a freshman. They dated for 2.5 years, during which time Kyle regularly visited Mindy's family farm. Her family adored him and treated him like one of their own. Mindy loved Kyle deeply and thought they would eventually get married. However, their relationship ultimately ended without a wedding. When questioned by investigators, Kyle shared the story of his time with Mindy. He recounts the story of how they first met and the intense attraction they feel from the very first moment. Kyle described their 2.5-year relationship as having ups and downs. Kyle and Mindy began arguing frequently. After completing his university studies, Kyle needed to move forward with his life, so he relocated to a new area about an hour's drive from Valley City. This move concerned Mindy, who feared Kyle might find someone else, as maintaining a long-distance relationship can be tough. According to Kyle, he chose to end the relationship due to these challenges. Following the breakup, Mindy made efforts to reconcile with Kyle, but he said he'd have started seeing another girl and subsequently ceased communication with Mindy. However, about 7 months before Mindy passed away, she went to Kyle's house to talk to him. Kyle insisted he had nothing to discuss and asked her to leave. The conversation ended, and Mindy becoming upset and departing, marking the last time they spoke to each other. Kyle's demeanor changed a few days after Mindy's death, as he sat in the interrogation room. He expressed regret over his actions and revealed that Mindy had been in contact with his father, Rodney Kia, which he found unusual. According to Mindy's friends, Rodney would call her multiple times a day, sometimes scaling back to just a few calls a week. Kyle believed his father had become overly attached to Mindy. At one point, Kyle asked his father to cease communication with Mindy. He also mentioned that his mother discovered the frequent calls and was upset, telling Rodney it was wrong given. Despite this, the Kyle family had a genuine affection for Mindy, and her communication with Rodney may have been a way for her to maintain a connection with Kyle. The police investigated Mindy's voicemail and discovered a message from Rodney, left after her death, in which he was crying and apologizing for what had happened. This close relationship between Rodney and Mindy raised suspicions, and the police called him in for questioning. The police asked Rodney about his attachment to Mindy, his son's 22-year-old ex-girlfriend. Rodney acknowledged it was unusual but explained that he grew fond of Mindy when she was dating his son, Kyle. He liked Mindy because she reminded him of his wife when his wife was young. Initially, they discussed Kyle, but soon their conversations and texts expanded to other topics, and even after his wife discovered their conversation, this continued. Rodney stated that he and Mindy spoke frequently, sometimes up to 20 times a week, with Mindy usually initiating the calls. He described their relationship as paternal, considering her like a daughter, and was shocked by her death. He left a voicemail message for investigators, wanting to talk to Mindy one last time. However, these emotional messages only increased suspicions about Rodney's intentions. Although investigators doubted a romantic relationship between Mindy and Rodney, they considered the possibility that he had become dangerously obsessed with her. Rodney gave his DNA to the police and told them he was working on his farm with his 2 sons from 7:30 a.m. until evening on the day in question. His family backed up his story, so the investigators let him go. The police then sent Rodney's DNA to a lab to compare it with skin particles found under the victim, Mindy's, fingernails. As the police continued their search for Mindy's killer, people in Valley City grew increasingly worried about their safety. Many people were too afraid to leave their homes because the person who killed Mindy was still at large. 6 days after Mindy's passing, her funeral was held. Due to the large number of people wanting to pay their respects, the service took place in the school gym instead of the church. Undercover police officers attended, keeping a discreet watch on the crowd for any suspicious behavior, as it was suspected that Mindy's killer might be in attendance there. The police had also asked attendees to take photos and videos of the crowd, hoping to capture any unusual behavior. However, this effort did not produce any leads. With no new suspects, the police were left waiting for the results of DNA tests from existing suspects. However, investigators uncovered a significant lead. Upon analyzing the DNA found under Mindy's fingernails and entering it into the federal database, they discovered a match from a 2-year-old case in Fargo, North Dakota, approximately 75 miles from Valley City. In this prior case, the attacker forced her to have sex with him. The DNA match revealed that the same person was responsible for both Mindy's murder and in the attack in Fargo. These things indicated that the individual was likely to continue committing crimes. The police were now under pressure to apprehend the suspect before another victim was harmed. Although they still didn't know the perpetrator's name, the relevance to the Fargo case provided a crucial lead in the investigation of Mindy's death. The police investigating Mindy's case met with a 22-year-old woman from Fargo who had been attacked in a previous case. The woman had planned to become a teacher and had been out with friends at a bar, drinking and having fun, on the evening of the attack. She told her friends she needed to use the bathroom, but her memories stopped there. When she regained consciousness, she found herself pinned to a mattress in an unfamiliar apartment, with a man she didn't know on top of her. He covered her mouth to prevent her from screaming, and she tried to resist. Surprisingly, the man eventually let her go. She was barefoot and disheveled, with her purse missing. She reported the incident to the police and described her attacker as a muscular African-American man, over 6 feet tall and 200 pounds. Although the police couldn't find the attacker at the time, they had his DNA, which they entered into the federal database, but the case remained unsolved for 2 years. It was later discovered that the same man had committed another attack, this time resulting in death. In the investigation of Mindy's case, the police collected multiple DNA samples and sent them to the lab for analysis. After conducting more in-depth analysis, the lab experts found a match. The DNA belonged to one of the individuals who had voluntarily provided a sample DNA. Surprisingly, the match was not Mindy's ex-boyfriend Kyle or his father Rodney, who had initially raised suspicion. Instead, the DNA from the skin found under Mindy's fingernails belonged to 34-year-old Mo Gibbs. He worked as a corrections officer at the Barnes County Jail. O had undergone a big transformation in his past, having moved from being a member of the Crips gang in Central California to serving in the U.S. Navy. He had been married with children but got divorced and later relocated to Valley City. Before becoming a corrections officer, Mo worked as a college guard. Mo had been working at the Barnes County Jail and was known to the investigators handling Mindy's case. As he appeared to be a decent individual, it came as a shock when his DNA was found under Mindy's fingernails. The investigators devised a plan to bring Gibbs in for questioning without arousing his suspicion. They contacted him, stating they needed to ask a few more questions, all while keeping him under discreet surveillance in case he attempted to flee. Mo arrived at the police station on time, unaware of the true purpose of the interrogation. Before revealing the DNA evidence, the police offered Mo the opportunity to take a polygraph test. He agreed and responded to all the questions, but there are some indications that he is lying. Despite this, Mo maintained his innocence in Mindy's death. When informed about the DNA match, Mo remained surprisingly calm, continuing to deny any involvement in Mindy's murder. However, when told that his DNA also linked him to a case in Fargo, his demeanor changed, and he smiled, but said nothing. The collected was enough to arrest Mo Gibbs. He was handcuffed and charged with the murder of Mindy Morgenstern, followed by charges related to the Fargo case. After his arrest became public, 5 female prisoners came forward, alleging that Mo had coerced them into sexual relations while he was on duty. As a result, Mo faced 6 additional charges. It may seem unusual that someone with a prison record was hired as a college guard and later as a corrections officer at Barnes County Jail. However, Mo Gibbs' employers were unaware of his true identity. He had changed his name from Glendale Morgan Jr. to Mo Gibbs before applying to these positions. When he was in the Navy, Mo was involved in a drive-by shooting and subsequently spent over 5 years in prison. During his trial, Mo's lawyers proposed a theory to explain how his DNA came to be under the victim's fingernails, Mindy. They suggested that she may have touched the same door handle as Mo, thus transferring the DNA. The defense further implied that Mindy's boyfriend, Jordan, could have been the one responsible for harming her. Mo pleaded guilty to charges, except those directly related to Mindy's death. Notably, neither his fingerprints nor DNA were found on the knife that caused Mindy's injuries. Prosecutors attributed this lack of evidence to the use of a cleaning agent, which they believed he had eradicated all traces. The prosecution's theory was that Mo had entered Mindy's apartment immediately after she, with the intention of coercing her into intimacy. When she resisted, he lost his temper and murdered her. In an attempt to eliminate any evidence, he then doused the area with a cleaning agent. Mo maintained that if he had been the one responsible for Mindy's death, he would not have willingly provided a DNA sample. On July 12, 2007, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision, resulting in the trial being postponed by 4 months. During the retrial, prosecutors were better prepared and showed DNA experts to counter-challenge the defense's argument. The defense claimed that Mo's DNA was found under Mindy's fingernails due to accidental contact with a door handle. However, the experts testified that the amount of DNA found could only have resulted from intense physical contact. Additionally, Mo's cellmate testified that he had confessed to the crime and had even expressed a desire to commit the same crime again if given the opportunity. After deliberating for 27 hours, the jury delivered a guilty verdict on November 20, 2007. When given the opportunity to speak before sentencing, Mo Gibbs, 35, maintained his innocence and expressed sympathy for Mindy's family. He sent his condolences, as well as prayers, to Mindy's family. He added that it was horrible, and it should never have happened, and he was sorry that it had happened. The judge found the evidence against Gibbs to be overwhelming, showing that he had strangled and stabbed Mindy, then poured the detergent over her face and body. The judge also denied Mo's request for a new trial. Mo Gibbs received a life sentence in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of Mindy Morgenstern. He was also given a 12-year sentence for assaulting a woman in Fargo and an additional 15 years for other charges. Mo Gibbs is currently serving his sentence at the North Dakota State Penitentiary in Bismarck. After the sentencing, Mindy's mother, Eunice, addressed Mo that she forgive his, but she won't forget what you did to Mindy. Hello again, true crime fans. We've got another mysterious case to explore. The case of Annie Lu. Annie Lu was born on July 3, 1985, in San Jose, California, to Vietnamese immigrant parents Vivian Van Lu and Hogan Lu. She was their only child and demonstrated exceptional intelligence and talent from a young age. Annie excelled in school, particularly in chemistry and biology, and was often recognized as the top student. Teachers predicted that Annie would have a successful future in science, and even said that she might one day win a Nobel Prize. Annie regularly participated in school scientific conferences, where her work received numerous awards and prizes. In high school, Annie won a $65,000 scholarship to attend any university in the United States. She chose the University of Rochester in New York, where she studied cellular development biology and medical anthropology. Annie focused her dissertation on diseases caused by metabolic disorders and dedicated significant time to laboratory work. She made significant strides in her research, contributing to the treatment of diabetes mellitus and certain forms of cancer. During her time at the University of Rochester in New York, Annie met Jonathan Widowski, a talented student and aspiring scientist specializing in physical and mathematical sciences. Their relationship blossomed quickly, and their parents were delighted with their children's choice. Then Annie pursued a master's degree at the prestigious Yale University, simultaneously, she working in a scientific laboratory. While her partner, Jonathan, pursued science at Columbia University in New York. Although they were physically far apart, but their relationship remained strong, thanks to weekend visits and sharing plans for the future. During the summer of 2009, Jonathan proposed to Annie with a diamond ring, and she accepted happily. The couple set their wedding date for Sunday, September 13, 2009. Initially, they only shared the news with their parents, keeping it a secret from friends and colleagues. However, on September 6, just a week before the wedding, Annie sent out emails to friends and colleagues, sharing the news of their upcoming marriage and including a wedding invitation. The following day, the news became a major topic of discussion in Annie's department and lab. The couple had intended to hold their ceremony on Long Island, followed by a honeymoon at a popular Greek resort. Notably, just before that, Annie wrote an article for a university publication in which she warned students about various dangers and advised them on how to protect themselves. Annie left her university dormitory, where she lived with 3 friends, and headed to her workplace at the University Medical Center's laboratory on Amistad Street. On Tuesday, September 8, she entered the building around 10 o'clock in the morning, using her pass and special key card to gain access. CCTV footage captured her entering the building, and she was seen going straight to her office. There, she changed into work clothes, left her personal belongings behind, and put on a medical coat. She then locked her office door and went to work in the biolab. However, she never returned to her office or left the building that day. It appears that she vanished somewhere within the building's corridors, and no one saw her alive again after that. That evening, Annie's dorm neighbors were very worried and felt that something was wrong with Annie, because they saw her not returning and not answering her phone. Typically, Annie was very responsible and punctual, always returning at the same time, but as midnight approached, she was still missing. Her friends decided to report her disappearance to the police. As it turned out, Annie's parents and fiancé had also been unable to reach her that night. They initially thought she might be working late due to a heavy workload and will contact them when she is free. When the police arrived, they assumed Annie was nervous before the wedding and she might have gone somewhere to relieve her stress. However, police opinions later changed when they examined Annie's office, reviewed CCTV footage, and tracked her movements within the building using her key card. Things revealed that Annie had entered the building in the morning but never left. Her personal belongings, including clothes, bag, wallet, and cell phone, were still in the office, but she disappeared. Due to lack of concrete evidence or clues, the Federal Bureau of Investigation had to get involved. They searched for Annie and interviewed potential suspects. People close to Annie described her as intelligent, kind, cheerful, and energetic, with no known enemies. Annie's family and fiancé waited anxiously for news. They hoped that she would be found alive. However, the detectives didn't think so. When they looked at the situation, they concluded that Annie was likely no longer alive. The laboratory building was secured and treated as a crime scene. Because access was restricted to staff and students with name badges, the pool of suspects was clearly defined. The atmosphere at the university was tense, as everyone understood that a possible murderer might be among them. Jonathan was questioned by authorities. However, he had a solid alibi, having been in another state at the time of the incident. He was extremely worried about the situation and appeared to be close to having a nervous breakdown himself. One of the teachers and Annie's supervisor was initially suspected, having cancelled his lectures on the day she vanished and couldn't provide an alibi. But after further questioning, his involvement in the case was deemed unlikely. Despite this, police still believe the culprit was someone in the Yale University lab, possibly a student, faculty member, or staff. On September 12, a disturbing clue was found in a building, providing the first concrete evidence that Annie had died. A blood-stained medical coat was found, hidden under the false ceiling in an auxiliary room. Although the coat didn't belong to Annie, tests confirmed the blood was hers. This led authorities to officially declare Annie dead and reclassify the case as a murder investigation. The following day, September 13th, Annie's body was discovered on the technical floor of the laboratory. Tragically, this was the day she was supposed to marry her fiancé and leave for their honeymoon in Greece. Her remains were found in a narrow pipeline within the wall, where she had been forced headfirst. Due to her small stature, less than 150 centimeters tall, so hiding her body in this narrow space likely wasn't difficult for the perpetrator. A service dog, trained to detect the scent of decomposition, was instrumental in locating her hidden remains. The police observed that the body's placement indicated the killer was familiar with the building's layout, as it was a nearly ideal location to conceal the remains. Annie's body showed severe injuries, most of her ribs were broken, her limbs were damaged, and several teeth were missing. However, according to the forensic report, the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation. In simpler terms, Annie was brutally beaten and then strangled. Subsequently, her lifeless body was placed in a pipe in the basement wall. They noted in detail was the discovery of semen traces on Annie's clothing, but further examination revealed that she had not been raped. A prime suspect emerged a few days into the investigation. Raymond J. Clark III, a young technician, had caught the attention of the police. When questioned, along with other lab employees, he claimed to have seen Annie leave the building on the evening of her disappearance without her belongings, suggesting she intended to return. However, his testimony raised suspicions. After Annie's body was discovered, Raymond became the prime suspect. The police collected a DNA sample from him and asked him not to leave the country until the investigation was concluded. On September 17th, he was arrested. The autopsy results showed that the semen on Annie's clothes was his, and his coat had traces of her blood hidden under the hanging ceiling panels. Additionally, Raymond had suspicious bruises, indicating Annie had attempted to defend herself. Despite the overwhelming evidence, but Raymond denied any involvement in the crime. However, further investigation showed that Raymond was a very hot-tempered person and often had conflicts at work. He had frequent verbal altercations with colleagues and was known to be abusive to the women he used to know. Raymond's academic record was unimpressive, but he excelled in sports. He has quite an attractive appearance and was popular among girls. Although his low grades prevented him from attending university, his relatives helped him secure a job at a laboratory. Initially, he worked as a janitor, but eventually earned a promotion to technician after a few years. During this time, Raymond dated Jessica Del Rocco. However, their relationship was troubled. Jessica later testified in court that Raymond was controlling and violent. She claimed he would check her phone, read her messages, and dictate what she wore and who she socialized with. If she disagreed with him, he would become physically abusive. After one particularly brutal incident, Jessica fled to another state to escape him, fearing further persecution. Despite this, she never reported him to the police. For the past year, Raymond had been in a romantic relationship with Jennifer Radko, a student at Yale University. Despite rumors of his infidelity with other students, graduate students, and lab employees, Jennifer accepted his marriage proposal and began wedding preparations. Although there is plenty of evidence of Raymond's guilt, but his motive for the crime remained unclear. He never revealed his motive, even after fully admitting his guilt. Initially, it was believed that the murder was caused by a workplace conflict. Raymond and Annie had been conducting experiments on lab mice to study the effectiveness of enzymes in treating cancer, diabetes, and other diseases. The mice were under Raymond's care, and he considered the lab his domain. He was a strict rule follower and often came into conflict with his co-workers, whom he would report to their superiors. On the day of the murder, Annie stayed late in the laboratory, entering an area where experimental animals were kept. Raymond, who may have already cleaned the area, also entered. There was then a possible confrontation between them, which eventually led to Annie being strangled in a fit of rage. An alternative theory suggests that Raymond had been trying to court Annie for a long time, but she had rejected him. This rejection made Raymond very angry, because he was someone who was not used to being rejected. When he learned of her upcoming wedding, Raymond became consumed by jealousy. The next day, he found himself alone with her in the laboratory and attacked her, attempting to rape her before strangling her. This theory could explain the emergence of seminal fluid on Annie's clothing, but it has never been proven conclusively. The case received widespread attention from the start, as the murder occurred on the campus of a prestigious university and the victim was a graduate student and a rising star in the sciences. The investigation was closely followed by the media. Notably, Raymond's ex-girlfriend, Jessica Del Rocco, participated in several interviews, where she openly discussed her past relationship with Raymond. Raymond's first court appearance was on October 6, 2009, in Connecticut. At this time, he denied any involvement in the murder and refuted the charges brought against him. The hearing was postponed several times to collect more evidence and documents related to the case. Investigations revealed that Raymond had been in the company of Annie in the laboratory for at least an hour, during which time Annie was brutally murdered. To hide his crimes, he used his key card over 50 times across various locations. Eventually, he reached the technical floor. Here, he spent approximately 15 minutes concealing the body Annie's within a wall. Shortly after, the fire alarm was triggered, which Raymond himself had activated. This allowed him to exit the building with the other staff members, thus he would avoid police suspicion. Another important clue is that in the pocket of the coat found under the false ceiling was a green ballpoint pen. This pen was later confirmed to be the same one Raymond used to sign various work logs on the day of the case. Additionally, witnesses observed Raymond meticulously scrubbing the lab floor in specific areas over the next few days, despite it appearing to be already clean. Furthermore, he disposed of all cleaning equipment, as well as a pack of tissues from the table with small brown stains resembling blood splatters. These items were later retrieved from a trash can, and forensic analysis confirmed that Raymond had made a thorough attempt to eliminate any traces of Annie's blood. In February 2011, Raymond agreed to a plea deal with the investigators. In exchange for a reduced sentence, he would plead guilty. On March 17, 2011, at the next court hearing, he pleaded guilty to murder and attempted rape. He also expressed remorse and apologized to the parents and fiancé of Annie. However, Raymond never disclosed the details of what happened on the evening of the crime. He also refused to explain why he committed the act. As a result, Raymond J. Clark III received a 44 years prison sentence. He is currently serving his sentence at the Cheshire Correctional Institution in New Haven County, Connecticut, and is scheduled for release in September 2053. In an interview, the parents and fiancé of Annie stated that they consider the sentence fair, despite the fact that it will not bring back their daughter. The victim's mother, Vivian Van Loo, delivered a heartfelt speech during the sentencing. With tears in her eyes, she said that she would never be able to hug Annie again, can't hear her laugh, or have grandchildren again. Goodbye, Annie, the most precious gift God gave her. Hey detectives! Welcome back. We've got another mysterious case to explore. The case of Claire Bernal. Claire Bernal was born on August 18, 1983, in Groombridge, a small village located on the border of Kent and East Sussex in England. She spent most of her childhood and teenage years there. Her mother, Patricia Bernal, raised her, while her biological father, who was divorced from her mother, not caring at all about her life or happiness. Growing up, Claire was a friendly and outgoing person who easily connected with others. She had many friends and was well liked by everyone. At the same time, she also was cautious and careful, avoiding bad habits and choosing her social circle wisely. She attended St. Gregory's Catholic School, where she excelled academically and developed an interest in fine arts and dance. She later earned a bachelor's degree in science from private Kent College. As a teenager, Claire had a solid grasp of cosmetics. During her student years, she worked part-time as a makeup artist. This experience inspired her to pursue a career in the field. She completed specialized courses in cosmetology and makeup artistry, including training in theatrical makeup. Claire's skills and knowledge landed her a dream job as a beauty and style consultant at the prestigious Knightsbridge store in Harvey Nichols. This job gives Claire a pretty good salary. She also relocated to London, living together in the same apartment with two friends to share the high cost of living in the capital. Claire earned her colleagues' respect and even took on a mentorship role for new employees, sharing her expertise in decorative cosmetics and skin care. She was known for being a consummate professional, detail-oriented, patient, and kind-hearted. Embracing life in London, Claire seized every opportunity to hone her talents, acquire new skills, and fully immerse herself in her new life. During her initial months at Harvey Nichols, she met Michael Pesh, a senior security guard who appeared to be immediately smitten with her. He was physically attractive and initially tried to attract her attention in a subtle way. However, Michael had a troubled past. A dual citizen of the Czech Republic and Slovakia, he having deserted the army in his home country and fleeing to the UK to avoid responsibility. He was also in the process of a divorce and showed no interest in his young child. Despite his complicated history, Michael's charm won Claire over. For a month, they exchanged sweet nothings, only seeing each other at work. But then, when Michael asked Claire out on a date, she accepted. Unbeknownst to her, this decision ultimately took her life. Their first date encounter occurred at a quaint London coffee shop, where they spent the evening engaged in conversation, sharing stories about their lives. During this meeting, Michael revealed to Claire that he was married, but expressed his intention to divorce his wife as soon as possible, as he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. Although these things made Claire uncomfortable, she initially dismissed it, thinking he must be joking. When Claire shared the story with her mother, Patricia, her mother also found it unusual. Because Claire's suitor was not only a foreigner but also 8 years older and already married. She advised Claire to avoid meeting with Michael again, but she reassured her mother that everything was okay. On the second date, Michael took Claire to an amusement park, gave her a beautiful bouquet of flowers, and showered her with compliments. He kissed her and expressed his love. However, Claire was unsure if Michael was being genuine or joking. She later talked to her mother, who advised her to stop seeing him. Although Claire agreed that Michael's behavior was unusual, she liked him and wanted to get to know him better. A week later, Michael asked Claire out on another date, and she agreed. However, This time he was overly persistent and possessive, confessing his love and telling Claire that he would never let her go. Claire felt not only confused and discouraged but also frightened. She decided that this would be their last date and that she would end their relationship. In total, they had only 3 dates, and their affair lasted less than a month. Despite this short time together, but Michael became overly possessive, believing Claire belonged to him. From that moment on, Claire's life turned into a nightmare. Soon, Michael took a trip to the Czech Republic, intending to meet with his wife and finalize their divorce. However, he failed to do so. During his absence, Claire managed to erase him to the back of her mind, resuming her normal life and convincing herself that Michael was a thing of the past. That changed when Michael called Claire one evening and asked her to meet him at the airport. At first, Claire said no, but Michael made her feel guilty, saying he really needed her help. So, Claire agreed to meet him, and also offered to let him stay with her for a day because he said he had nowhere to go, having moved out of his old apartment and unable to move into his new one yet. But as soon as Michael set foot in her home, he revealed his true intentions. He wanted to live with her from now on. Claire was terrified and ordered him to leave immediately, but he refused. The situation has become stressful to the point where Claire and her neighbors threatened to call the police if Michael didn't leave. He eventually left the apartment, but he remained sitting on the corridor until morning. The next day, at work, Claire attempted to end things with Michael, explaining that their 3 dates hadn't meant much to her. However, Michael refused to listen and instead asked for another chance to correct the mistake and prove his feelings. He showed up with a large bouquet of scarlet roses and walked Claire home, despite her refusal to accept the flowers. That night, Michael sat on the doorstep of Claire's apartment, refusing to leave even when a neighbor tried to intervene. He becomes aggressive, making a chilling threat. It would be easier for him to kill Claire than to let her go. His behavior and crazed look made it clear that he was serious. Although Michael claims to love Claire very much, his behavior suggests that he wants to control her. Claire tried to remain calm and reason with him, explaining that she had no feelings for him and regretted going on the dates. However, Michael responded by hugging her tightly and whispering that she loved him, but she just didn't realize it yet. He then attempted to kiss her, but Claire managed to break free from his grasp. The following months were incredibly difficult for Claire. She confided in her mother, revealed that she felt nervous and scared, knowing what to expect. She felt like she was about to have a nervous breakdown. At work, Michael would repeatedly walk past her store, staring at Claire throughout the day. He bombarded her with dozens of phone calls and sent up to 50 messages daily. In these messages, he confessing his love, pleading for forgiveness, and begging her to take him back, then making explicit threats, insisting that they would eventually be together again. Claire had changed her phone number multiple times, but Michael consistently managed to obtain her new number within a couple of days. What's more concerning was that he knew her home address and frequently staked out her house. At one point, Claire attempted to move to a new residence to escape the harassment, but Michael secretly followed her after work and discovered her new address. Michael seemed to believe that he and Claire were still in a relationship. He counts how many months have passed since their first meeting, first date, first kiss, and suggested celebrating these milestones. His messages often contained threatening language, stating that if Claire wasn't with him, she wouldn't be with anyone else, and that he would ensure it. Claire's mental and physical health suffered greatly due to the harassment. She was crying daily, and found it difficult to concentrate on her job. Her fear grew to the point where she was afraid to leave her home. Every phone call made her jump, and nightmares plagued her at night. Claire's health issues led to significant weight loss, a disheveled appearance, and a loss of her former confidence and vitality. Eventually, Claire's mother, friends, and colleagues convinced her to report the harassment to the police, and she finally agreed to take. To address the situation, Claire initially came to meet the head of security at the mall where she worked. As a former police officer, he took her complaints seriously and began investigating. He spoke with other employees and reviewed numerous surveillance videos, becoming convinced that Michael was indeed stalking Claire. In an attempt to resolve the issue, the head of security reassigned Michael to a different floor and a distant area of the mall. However, this measure had little effect, and Michael's behavior persisted. Michael spent most of his time outside the Knightsbridge store, watching Claire. Eventually, the department store management felt compelled to terminate his employment due to his failure to fulfill his duties. Despite this, the harassment persisted, and Claire decided to involve the police, despite Michael's threats. When questioned, Michael vehemently denied any wrongdoing, claiming his intentions were pure and that he only wanted to rekindle their relationship. Michael asserted that his words may have been misinterpreted due to his accent, and that he never threatened her. The police heard Claire's account of the events, but they failed to consult with her colleagues and roommates who had directly witnessed the incidents. These witnesses could have confirmed that Michael had been stalking Claire for months and had made multiple threats against her life. However, the police consider the situation is no serious. As a result, Michael received only a minor fine and a warning, and was banned from the shopping center where Claire worked and from approaching her. However, just one day after being questioned and informed of the ban, Michael returned to Claire's house and was seen peering intently through her windows. Then, Claire contacted the police upon seeing him, but he had left by the time they arrived. On June 10, 2005, Claire reported Michael's harassment and violation of the restraining order to the police again. However, he disappeared before the officers arrived, and they showed negligence in not pursuing the matter further. It wasn't until the third incident that Michael was finally arrested. He offered no resistance and remained calm, allowing himself to be handcuffed. He was charged with stalking and harassment, spent a week in jail, and was released on bail. His trial was set for August 31, 2005. Before the trial, Claire decided to take a break and went on vacation with her mother and a friend to a popular Italian resort. They enjoyed the warm weather and relaxing atmosphere, and Claire begins to think her nightmare is over. Upon returning to London, she was relieved to find that Michael was no longer following her. Unbeknownst to her, this was not the end of her torment. Meanwhile, Michael returned to his home country, where he spent time at shooting ranges, improving his marksmanship skills and obtaining a permit to purchase a pistol. After smuggling the gun into the UK, he made no attempt to contact Claire before their scheduled court appearance. During the hearing, Michael remained calm, pleaded guilty, and apologized, claiming he had no intention of causing harm. Despite this, he was released once again without receiving any punishment. The following 2 weeks were uneventful, and Claire finally believed it was all over and Michael would leave her alone. Michael, a former senior security guard, utilized his knowledge of the building's layout to enter undetected. He suddenly appeared behind Claire, catching her partner off guard. Before she could react, a shot was fired. Michael shot Claire in the back of the head at close range, followed by 3 more shots to her face. The gunshots triggered chaos in the store, 'cause with people screaming, running, and hiding.